Racing Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie.
Hammer down, it's hammer time.
This is going to be very, very tight.
Offside, but they Dutch. Daneben setzen, geht der Flap out daneben, das macht dann vorne, wird das Auto leicht. Kleines Kausel, nochmal reintauchen. Fährt der da in die Diffusor ran. Dann springen die Autos wieder raus, schön zu sehen.
Here's the muscle from Munich. What a drive.
Sehr, sehr spannendes Rennen.
Good afternoon from a virtual Nürburgring as a new season of the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series gets underway in season 25-26. 4 3-hour races for you over the next few months. While we may not be able to race in the real world over the winter time, we can race in the virtual world. And that's what we'll be doing from now until the end of February. 3-hour race ready for us this afternoon. It's a new season. The slate is clean. And the drivers are returning again, many of them the same from previous seasons of this great series, ready for another attempt at the Nürburgring. Myself, Ewan O'Leary and Chaz Draycott will take you through the first round of this championship, the first 3-hour race here at the start of December. One more for you before Christmas, before a couple in February as well in this season. Chaz, great to be alongside you for this opening round of the season. 3 hours at the Nürburgring. While we can't be there in the real world at this time of year, you can be there in the sim. And that's what the digital series is all about.
Absolutely, Ewan. Yes, thank you very much. It's wonderful to be here for this season opener. I'm very, very excited about this. The Nürburgring Nordschleife is just such a special place. Anybody with any connection or knowledge of motorsport knows what this location is all about. It is a real treat. It is also a real test of all the drivers and their machines as well. There is no place on earth like it when it comes to motorsport. And I am one very, very excited boy this morning for this one. And yeah, to get the season off as well to a good start, this is one of the most important times. You know, it's not a year-long championship that takes 20-odd rounds. You know, you've only got 4 bites of the cherry, really, to get a good amount of points on the board, haven't you?
Yeah, exactly. No drop rounds in this series in a 4-round season either. So you've got to be on it right from the very beginning and ideally win at least 2 races. That's what we saw last season as far as the champions are concerned. 2 classes were complete blowouts with 4 wins for one team, but the other 2 classes, 2 wins each for those other class winners. So it's that's kind of the benchmark you're looking at. And if you can get halfway there with that today, then you'll be very, very pleased. As for the format that you'll be seeing on the stream here today, the end of qualifying for 3 of the classes, first of all, and it really is the end of qualifying as we get down onto the circuit now. It's going to be the Porsche Endurance Trophy Nürburgring, Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring class. First of all, Porsche Cup class, you may hear us refer to it on occasion. They'll be out there as well, and they are out there as well with the SB10s and the M2s at the same time. So a little bit of traffic to deal with if you are in one of these classes. And as you can see, EMM Esports have taken first and second so far in the Porsche Cup class. In SB10 so far, we've got SimRC, who finished second place, tied with Grid and Go. I guess they'd probably lose on countback if we really wanted to look into it that much. They didn't win a race, whereas Grid and Go did. But anyway, they are currently on the top of SB10 qualifying. And in the new M2 class, the Enduracore Racing Team, number 276, are currently on the pole there. Share Esport won every race in the slowest category last season. That was taken in Renault Clio, so this time we're in the BMW M2s. But this qualifying session just about drawing to a close, and it's as standard, the previous champions, not necessarily in terms of the team for EMM Esports, but Raphael Renhofer and Luca Alpert, for example, who are in 905, currently on the pole provisionally for this session, are the two of those Share Esport drivers who were up there and winning all 4 races in the previous round, previous season of the DNLS. And that's exactly what you expect to see from reigning champions. New surroundings, new team, but same speed. Shows that it really is down to the drivers in the digital world. Renhofer and Alpert have shown that in this qualifying session. They look like they have taken pole position early on here.
Yeah, looking really good out of the gates here, and that's the thing. You need to send that early message to your rivals and other competitors as well. Show them that you're not mucking about, you know, you're not taking time to settle back into a new season. And I suppose one of the best things about racing here again and again at the Nürburgring is that you can always build your confidence, and there might be a round that knocks your confidence if you make a mistake somewhere that you thought you were quite familiar with and well in tune with on a circuit like this. It's a track that can really bite you, and there's a lot of places for it to bite you as well. So you have to make sure that you carry as much confidence as you can from one round to the next. The Aston Martin on screen right now, lovely looking machine of the AC Oberhausen and RR team, car 172, making its way up the hill now with its V8 rumble, making a fantastic racket. And again, you can see that the body language of these GT4 cars is what I love about them. They really wobble about quite a lot. They're not as stuck to the ground as GT3 cars are. They really show quite a lot of characteristics. And as a spectator and as a commentator, we can pick apart how the car is behaving from the outside perspective. But it's good to see the Porsche 992 on our screen as well. This wonderful Cup car has been a real staple for a long time in any form of motorsport now. In any sort of endurance series, you'll see somebody running a Porsche Cup car. Of course, the 992.2 will be coming to iRacing in the update very soon. And that is just around the corner, actually, as we get into 2026 Season 1 here in iRacing. So this may be one of the last sort of major appearances this season of the original, let's call it, 992 at the track. I mean, seemingly, whenever we go to one car here, and it looks very quiet, but obviously with the length of the circuit, that's sort of what you'd hope for as a driver, really, that no one's around you on track.
Yeah, and you'd expect that as well with the amount of cars we have in this series. Should be about 60 per race here, which does seem like a lot, of course, and it is. But as you say, around this circuit, you do get quite a lot of space per car, if you want to look at it like that, compared to some of the other long distance races of the world, like Daytona, which we're again not too far away from, if you can believe it, coming towards the end of another calendar year. So it is going to feel relatively quiet in certain places, but there should be more traffic than even what you see actually in the iRacing Nürburgring 24 hours, because we have a 90-second runoff, if you like, for each of the classes. We'll see the SB9s effectively come through the Grand Prix tracker before we get the Porsches through, and then we'll get the SB10s and M2s through at the same time, and that will be 90 seconds after the Porsche Cup cars. So they will have a chance to lap some of those cars a little bit more often than what you see when we start these races all together, as we do in iRacing standard official races. The Alexander Heim-driven Aston Martin is the last team in this qualifying session to make their way towards the end of the Dottingher now, and indeed end this session in a moment. As they come down the hill here, currently in 10th place, the best lap time set by Adam Isaacson. Nearly 1.4 seconds faster than anybody else, and they will be one of the favourites this season. We'll probably talk about those as we go through the race here this afternoon. But what can Alexander Heim do as he comes up towards the line here? 27.5 to beat, going to be nowhere near that, and in fact only goes a couple of thousandths quicker. Indeed, there it is. Good news for consistency, maybe, but not necessarily in qualifying. 2 thousandths of a second quicker.
Yeah, you'd be a bit gutted, actually, spending nearly 9 minutes on a lap only to beat it by 2 thousandths of a second. But again, that's one of the charms of the Nürburgring Nordschleife. And I'm sure that the guys will be hoping for an improvement as the race goes on. At the end of the day, it's a long old race, so qualifying isn't everything. That car is definitely going to catch me out in terms of the colours and the visual aspect over the course of the race, with one corner being orange and the other corner being blue. But it's a lovely livery. Really do like that. I really enjoy an asymmetrical livery or asymmetric livery. I'm sure we'll get into livery chat as time goes on, because it's something that I always pick up on in these sorts of events when you've got time to appreciate them as well.
Exactly. Yeah, you have, because it is a longer race. We do have time to chat a little bit about that, and we're about to see the effectively other half of the liveries, and nearly. The SB9 class is by far the biggest in this series. 20 of them in line for this event. We do have a wild card for this round. Not sure whether they'll be in the whole season, actually, or just this round, but a wild card from the DNLS Community Cup will be Car 8, the HRT Esports by Coanda team. Mitchell de Jong, their real-life driver, although we know he's got plenty of sim racing pedigree as well. And Lewis Bilicki will be the other driver. Their spare driver has been patched up by them. So we'll see those out in a few moments, and we might just see the queue in a second that we very often see before the SB9 qualifying. You may not have seen this before in the past, Chaz, but you don't have to particularly worry about the tyre temperature because these GT3 tyres come out cold these days anyway. So they haven't done so yet, but they do end up queuing to the end of pit lane.
I like that. That's the thing as well. There's very often a crossover between some of the real world elements of a race weekend and a format compared to the sim. And it's lovely to see that, you know, queuing at the end of the pit lane, which is something you do in real life, is, you know, spilling over into this. Here's our grid for the Porsches then in the 992 Cup cars. It's the EMM Esports drivers first and second. They'll be over the moon with that. The pole promotion Esports car in third, not quite pole position. We're ahead of the Frozen Speed by GNG machine. Then it's Coanda and Door Esports making up the third row, followed by Smurlis Racing and Carlar Esports Cup in 8th position, the number 950 car. Well, it's a very similar livery to the Frozen Speed car, actually. I was about to say trying to follow on with its teammate, but obviously not teammate cars. Those two are, though, the Scherer Esport Cup cars 906 and 916. They're ahead of the Cesar Esport Porsche, Fosotec by WMS in 12th, and then it's the Avia WNS E-Motorsport car that we saw in the studio as well on the German broadcast, 13th place, and the GHD Motorsport team. They'll be hoping to keep things straight, you could say.
And that was those bottom 8 teams, by the way, all part of the AM class, the top 6 part of the pros. So we'll keep across that, try to, in the next 3 hours. SimRC have taken pole in SB10. They're 1.4 seconds in front of Williams Sim Racing in an all BMW front row. 2 of the favourite teams, really. But Williams only just ahead of Lion GP at 166. Sports there in 4th place as well. Falcon Sim Racing a title. In fact, in the final race, we're running in title winning position at one stage before having incidents and accidents and ended up finishing 4th that season. They're 5th in this qualifying session in front of TSR Racing with Eiffel Racing and the other Line GP car rounding out the top 8 from there. They're 5 seconds off, but I wouldn't worry too much about those time gaps. They are always bound to be large at this circuit. Just a couple more on the back row. That is SRC Commerce Esports with Ben Geder and the AC Oberhausen RR team. Alexander Heim at the back of the field, 6.6 seconds off the Adam Isaacson pole sitting SimRC car. And then in the last class, the M2 class, it's Endurecore Racing who will take the pole. And perhaps the closest, and this is going to be a mighty fight here. 3 tenths behind PS Competition. Scherer Esport then just 9 tenths back. Wolf Motorsport only 9 thousandths behind third. And then you go to over a second off of pole. Finally, 5th place for Nürburgring Esports. That's very close for this length of circuit. Racing Lounge 77 are in 6th place in front of Venari Racing. And Similia Esports Red. Similia Esports Red were second in the Renault Clio class at the end of the championship last year through 24-25. In the end, they were 19 points away from Scherer because Scherer Esport did win every race. But Similia were by far the best of the rest, finishing second on 3 occasions and third in the last race of the season. So they will be ones to watch as well. In 9th position is the other Similia Esports team. So Similia Esports Green. Adopt Don't Shop are in 10th place. They were up towards the front in the Clios last season as well. 3rd place in the eventual standings after 3 podiums in the last 3 rounds. And Thomas Enger Sim Racing, who were also there in the Renault Clios, round out the 11 M2 cars. 2 non-qualifiers, by the way, both from the other categories that we've just seen qualifying. Team Nitro Cup in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring didn't qualify. Jonas van Druten will have to start from the back. And waived from SB10, and Marvin Brautiger will have to start at the back as well, as they did not qualify in SP10 either. Here comes the queue. They're only allowed at one stage, and here we go. The Falcon Sim Racing team going into the box on that's usually used for practice starts to try and get a better run down in towards turn 1, and this really is going to be a traffic jam.
Yeah, it really looks like it. A good variety of cars. There's going to be a number of Mustangs out there. It's one of the cars to be in at the moment when it comes to GT3 racing here on iRacing. There's the Cesar Esports entry just at the end of the pit lane there, the number 26 car, driven by Norbert Kish and David Toth, 2 Hungarian drivers. And as you can see, it's a very menacing looking machine, even if it is covered in pretty flowers and the Hungarian tricolour on the front, not to be mistaken, of course, for the Italian tricolour, which would be the other way around. And it is the 26 car that leads us out of the pit lane. The BMW sort of slots in there, almost queue jumping slightly as they head on to the Grand Prix layout for the first time. And it's the V8 powered Mustangs making a good old rumble on their way around the circuit. And then the inline 6 turbocharged BMW, very menacing looking car from the front as well, isn't it, Ewan? It really has an angry face about it, as well as that humongous snout.
Yeah, absolutely. It still feels a little bit wrong to me seeing a Mustang on the circuit at the Nürburgring. I don't know what it is, but
yeah,
just you know, feels a little bit different. They, of course, finished 4th overall in the real world race this year, so you know it's a car that goes decently well around here. I think they might have won a NLS race as well, though I can't remember. But yeah, it's almost one of those cars feels a little bit too big for this circuit, and of course we can't get away from the fact it is absolutely massive, as is the trend of GT3 cars these days.
Yeah, they are not small machines at all. I was fortunate enough to be at the Nürburgring for the GT Masters, ADAC GT Masters earlier this year, and all the cars have this wonderful sort of grid procedure, almost like a Le Mans start, where all the cars are lined up along the pit wall and they do a grid walk for the fans to go and see the drivers, the cars, the teams. And yeah, the BMW's gone straight on there to come back around, I imagine, to get out of the way of these Mustangs. It's something they are allowed to do, isn't it?
Yeah, so I was going to say 15 minutes to go. You can either do 2 laps, where one of which is starting from the Grand Prix circuit, so you don't have quite as good of a run as you do if you come off the Nordschleife. But if you come off the Nordschleife and do your whole out lap through this, like what Mitchell de Jong's doing here, you only get 1 lap. So effectively what they're deciding to do is, I'll get a banker in starting from the Grand Prix layout, and then I'll go and do a full lap, proper lap through the full Nordschleife. Because yes, you'll be starting the lap on cold tyres, and it certainly won't be the best lap, but at least if you do that and get the second one wrong, you will have a lap, which you won't if Mitchell de Jong, for example, gets his fast lap wrong. Yeah, that's the thing. While the barriers are very close to you around the whole Nordschleife here, you can still dip a wheel onto the grass and get what's known as an off-track in iRacing, which is an abuse of track limits and mean that your lap does not count. Even if you scrape the wall slightly and get what they call a 0x, which is the most minor of incident points, it still does not count. Any form of incident point will write that lap off. And there we do see the Falcon BMW on its way around up to the chicane on the Grand Prix layout, although that's the faster of the 2 chicanes they can do, and I know that the drivers are grateful for that. Looks like they're going again for the Grand Prix layout, actually. So another run out of the final corner. It's a shorter run to the line as well, actually, isn't it, compared to the Nordschleife? Yeah, so that's why it's sort of beneficial, if you like, to go for the Nordschleife option, because you get a better run onto the front straight. But I suppose there's, I mean, it's remarkable nobody thought of this before, actually, because it makes total sense, doesn't it? Keep going around the Grand Prix circuit until you can't anymore, and warm up your tyres that way. But it still obviously doesn't take away from the fact that it is a short run onto the Grand Prix circuit there. We'll try and keep across who is going to be where, but it's going to be quite difficult over the course of this. And of course, you have to worry when you're doing the Grand Prix thing, that you're not getting in the way of anybody coming through on the Nordschleife and you don't get T-boned or anything. So that's always a risk as well. Of course, we don't have those cones that they have in real life to separate the 2 lines. We just sort of pray here.
Yeah, all we have is hopes and dreams instead of cones. But you're absolutely right, though. It's important to think about what other people are doing on the circuit. And they know, I imagine these guys all run with spotters. They run with somebody that's basically a race engineer to them, keeping an eye on things and talking them through the race, what car is doing what, where it might be on circuit, who they're up against strategy-wise. So they'll hopefully be keeping an eye on what they're doing there. I quite like these camera angles that are from a realistic sort of spectator standpoint, you know, where they would have a camera in the real world as well. You can see all the greenery and everything engulfing the camera shots. We see the Nürburgring Esports Aston Martin, Alexei Nesov behind the wheel of this fantastic V8 powered machine. It's the Evo version of the Aston Martin Vantage with the bigger front lights, slightly modified front end, very similar rear end to what we used to see on the quote-unquote older model. But it's the latest GT3 car to come to iRacing. Usually that means that it's the fastest, but that hasn't been the case this time around, and hats off for iRacing for that, because it seems like they're not as desperate for people to buy it.
I suppose it all makes sense. It all lines up when you think about it like that. Yeah, I must say, I can never get away from the fact that this car just doesn't sound quite as good as the previous one did.
No.
But that's always going to be the case, I suppose.
Doesn't look as good either. I preferred the front end on the older one.
Okay, I do prefer how it looks, just not how it sounds. But there you go. It's each their own, I suppose. And you're right, it hasn't quite been taken up as the fastest of those GT3s, as it normally is when you add a new car into iRacing, is for the reasons that you say. Nestov, of course, a real-world driver for a few years now. Has competed at the Spa 24, for example. Not sure he's competed at the Nürburgring 24 in the past, although I might be wrong. He is by far, though, one of the best real-world drivers. We should probably talk about some of the real-world drivers and their pedigree, actually, because they do have to qualify their cars and start them in this series. It's been part of the regulations for some time. So Jaden Comright's in the reigning champions BS competition car from America. Quite an early wake-up for him, but not as early as I don't think, because it's for Phil Denez, who I'm pretty sure is... Well, if he's racing from the west coast to America, where he's from, then it's going to be very early in the morning. He might not be in that part of the world, though, right now. He should be in car 2 if things have gone to plan, and indeed he is. Other ones to pick out, Mitchell de Jong, which we already have done. He's obviously one of the best sim racers around, world champion sim racer, and indeed real-world driver as well. Counts for this series. Norby Kish, we've already seen as well, and Alexei Netsov as well. So those are the ones who have really got the real-world and the sim racing experience, and for me, that's really what you need in this series. It's all well and good having your real-world experience, but on occasion, iRacing is a different kettle of fish, and you've got to be wary of that when you're selecting your real-world driver.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's always interesting to see. I mean, we saw it a lot through the COVID pandemic, and up to now even, you know, there's still real-world drivers that haven't given sim racing the time of day, or there's sim racers that are that good at it that they've taken on real-world duties and shown that the skills translate. It's always exciting to see it translate in both directions as well, though. I mean, we've seen a lot of these real-world drivers that have, you know, taken the sim with their understanding of how the cars behave by the horns and absolutely smashing it. You know, it's been wonderful. But you see other real-world drivers get in and they can't quite get on with the disconnect of the lack of the G-forces, the noise, the feeling through your backside of what the car is doing. You have to rely a lot more on just the wheel and what you feel through your hands, and obviously the audio and visual cues of what the car is doing on screen and in your ears. It's a very different kettle of fish completely, but at the same time, it's a very human element, isn't it, to see how people translate to it. And yeah, it's always part of the entertaining mixture of having these real-world drivers with their sim racing counterpart teammates.
Now, that car that we just saw the Manfilter Mercedes pass, by the way, it looked a bit down on the right-hand side to me, and they are, because that's the first meatball of the SP9 season. Endurco Racing and Storm Gedrum has got a meatball flag, and that will be the end of their session, I would imagine, because there is not much time in SP9 qualifying for you to get out and do a lap at all. Never mind come in with a meatball flag and repair that and then get back out again. So unfortunately for them, that will be the end of that. They've been in the wall somewhere, clearly, and that is going to be the end of their session. First ones to the line should be this car. Phil Denez has decided to go on through a whole lap, as in complete a lap. I mean, Alex Moore's coming through to start a lap here on the Nordschleife Grand Prix circuit right now. 22 about to do the same as well. Car 22 is the Seaback Esports team who are just coming towards the end of a lap to actually start one, I believe, from the Grand Prix circuit. They had a black flag, though, next to their name, so I don't know what's going on for them. Should be the end of the opening lap very soon, though, for Phil Denez, as it should be for this car. The reigning champions PS competition, #1, back to the Trust BMW. And again, another strong real-world driver in a simulator, Jaden Comright, although wherever you are in America at the moment, it's quite an early wake-up for this series. Respect to them for getting up at least before 6 a.m, even if they're on the East Coast for this series.
Yeah, it's another element of sim racing that's quite different to the real world, isn't it? You know, you can be in different time zones despite being in the same race. It's quite funny when it comes together like that. I remember with the Williams esports driver Sotomuto, Japanese driver, always in events that are based on European time. You know, it'd be ridiculous o'clock wherever he'll be, while the rest of the drivers are all, you know, comfortably racing during the day. It is the Marla Racing team that set the first time then with a 7:51.9, and they, with Philip Denez, of course, go to the top. But then the times will filter through, and it's Alexei Nesov next up in the Aston Martin to the line. He goes and displaces them by just under a tenth of a second, 79 thousandths over a nearly 8-minute lap. That's all the gap. Lion GP go third with Kai Schubert, but now we look towards the Scherer Esports SP9 Mustang as they come across the line, Ewan.
See where they go with a 51.8 to beat. Nürburgring Esports and Marla Racing team currently the ones at the top, and that's nowhere near for the moment, 13 seconds or so behind. And indeed, that one looks like it's not going to count anyway. Off track somewhere, I would imagine. Tom Callender through the final couple of corners as well. Now, I don't speak German at all. That's going to be a difficult team name for me this season, that's for sure.
I think it's Baumaschinen.
Okay, I'll go with that. I'll go with that. Tom Callender, I'll call it for now. Coming up towards the line, what is the time going to be? It's a decent time, actually. Second, a third it should be, in fact. Or is it going to be ahead of the Marla Racing team? No, just in behind. That's a very good time in car 49. But Jaden Conright's going to blow them all out of the water. He's a second in front of the field. He will have a second time to come through. Don't forget, these are ones that started from the Grand Prix circuit, so their run onto the pit straight wasn't as good as it could be, and these second round of times should be faster. Yeah,
solid stuff there by the 49. And, well, he certainly didn't have to measure the lap time with the calendar, did he? Certainly smashed that one in. But now he's dropped down to 4th place with all of that going on. Up to Joshua Hislop in the Aston Martin car number 7. Number 7 synonymous with Aston Martins, it's safe to say, as he makes his way around the final corner. Love this matte black design, makes it look very sleek, makes it look very quick, which is the point of a racing livery. Across the line they go, 6th place for Joshua Hislop, 4.4 seconds down. But around a lap like that, not so ever. We look now to Sindre Setsas, a name I haven't said in a long time. I used to race with him in a few iRacing leagues, actually, back in GTE cars back in the day. It's good to see he's still just as quick these days in the Falcon Sim Racing BMW. Cross line he goes, and it's pole position by 0.6 of a second. And, well, again, Falcon, very synonymous with the Nürburgring. It's a bit of blasphemy not to have one of their liveried cars around here, isn't it, Ewan? And it's lovely to see it back at the top.
Yeah, we've got a couple of those, actually. HRT Esports, another in name only. Got the Commander Purple here, but we've got a Manfilter Mercedes as well, which feels like it has to be the case. Our requirements have been fulfilled by those two liveries, it seems. And Mitchell de Jong will be soon on his way to the end of the lap here and kicking off effectively another round of times. He'll be second over the line after the 26 car, which is the Cesar Esports of Norby Kish. So with the PS competition team in the past, Norby, to win this series on a couple of occasions, but left in March, as you were telling me, Chaz, to sort of start off this journey for Cesar Esports that's got them here and got them to be, you know, I don't want to say favourite status quite for this series, but, you know, they're definitely up there for some good finishes this season, I would imagine.
Yeah, they're definitely a force to be reckoned with, that's for sure. And, I mean, Norbert Kish is a force to be reckoned with no matter what he's driving. For those that don't know, he's multiple Goodyear FIA European Truck Racing Champion, which is my usual bread and butter, and I've spent many years trying to come up with more and more superlatives to describe Norby and his fantastic capabilities. But he's just as good in the sim as he is in the real world behind the wheel of a 5-ton racing truck as well. We look at Alex Moore, and considering that the Sim RC car doesn't have a valid time on the board yet, he'll be hoping for more, that's for sure. As we look now at the Falcon GP Porsche, love this bright yellow semi-metallic livery on this car. Looks very tasty indeed. It's not subtle by any stretch of the imagination as it makes its way through the carousel, back onto the power and up the hill. That wonderful flat 6 screaming away in the back of the 992. One of the best looking Porsches there has been for a long, long time. I know a lot of people go down the very narrow-minded route saying they all look the same, but this was a complete evolution of the Porsche 911. And, well, it's been a very potent race car in all forms as well, whether it's Cup car or GT3. And right now, Marcel Wiemer's certainly putting in some solid efforts. But then, on the opposite end of the scale, you get the beefy, well, I was going to say storm-like Aston Martin, but it's very storm-like with Gjerdrum at the wheel.
The puns are already in there.
Oh, there'll be plenty, and they'll all be awful.
It didn't take as long to get Alex Moore out of the way, by the way. I enjoyed that, but 30 minutes it's only taken us. Time has elapsed, but they will get the chance to finish their lap time here. So we'll watch in a moment to see what Nürburgring does first of all, and then it's going to be Mitchell de Jong over the line. There's going to be some big names coming over the line in the next couple of moments as Nürburgring comes towards the end of the lap now, under the BILSTEIN bridge in a moment. We'll see where this Mustang can go. Current time to beat a 7:50.2 from Sindre Setsas in the Falcon Sim Racing SB9 car. And there will be one more chance for them as well. Don't forget, they'll be one of the last to come over the line. In fact, they will be the last, actually, if Setsas goes towards the end of this lap, which you'd imagine he will complete it. But Kish is going to set a new benchmark here, I'm pretty sure. The run onto the front straight is a little bit better from the Nordschleife, and so you can go 4 seconds quicker, nearly.
Wow.
Now, Mitchell de Jong has got a chance to do the same. Can he go even quicker, maybe, than Norby Kish? He can. 45.5 from Mitchell de Jong sets the new benchmark.
Incredible stuff, really reeling down the times there. The top two now, 4 seconds clear of everyone else. And Scuderia Volp by P1 Sim have gone third fastest now in the 229 machine. So they're still reeling down the times, just falling and falling. What about Alex Moore? Can he get more as he wanted? Car 13 goes fourth fastest at the moment, 4 seconds off. That HRT Esports co-anda time is fantastic. We thought the Cesar Esport car was rapid, but wow, Mitchell de Jong has just blitzed it.
Yeah, so there's not a single time that is slower right now than any time that's come from the Grand Prix circuit, which shows you just what an advantage it is. I'm not sure that's the only reason. I think the tyre warm-up phase is also a bit of a reason here. Track temperature is only 33 degrees, which is fairly high, but not that high, if that makes sense. Over the line for Wimers, he is the first driver to come from the Nordschleife and not beat a time that has come from the Grand Prix circuit. Now some of those times that have come through from the Grand Prix circuit are getting a second go. So Phil Denez has already done a 51.9, but that is only at the moment good enough for 8th position. He will hope to do a lot better than that with this second lap time here as he comes out of the final corner now, and that run towards the line, 45.5 to beat. He's going to be nowhere near that. 2.3 seconds behind it. He'll be third if it counts, and it does. But Phil Denez, a number of seconds off of Mitchell de Jong there.
Really good stuff. Very exciting qualifying session to get us started here in the newest season of the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series, the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken Series. We look here again at Alexei Nesov. See what he can do out of the final corner. It looked like he had a bit of a struggle getting the car out of the final corner. It doesn't look like he's going to go quickest here. It's a third place, though. 7:47.5 for him, just behind. Following on is the Mustang, which is the Lion GP car of Kai Schubert, and he is also 4 seconds off what Mitchell de Jong managed. An improvement there for the Nürburgring Esports 32 by Andreas Gulden. Then Stint 1 move up just behind them as well, Marvin Scheider. Then the Scherer Esports car goes into 10th place. So the times are coming in and they're all improving, but not improving anywhere near enough. You know what? I'm going to be honest here, Ewan. It took me so long to remember where I remembered Andy Gulden's name from. And it was him that was the absolute lunatic that took the old Formula BMW around the Nordschleife in the snow.
Oh, right, yeah.
I remembered that video, and I couldn't think where I'd seen his name before.
These things about to come back to you at some point. And there you go. 6th place, by the way, for Tom Kander there, but Jaden Conright's going to go over the line and go 5th. So those times suddenly that were looking so good from the Grand Prix circuit, no longer. Sindre Setsas, by the way, down to 10th place. And as I say, he will be the last one over the line. There's only a few more to come before he finishes his session. But yeah, Sindre Setsas was impressive from the Grand Prix circuit, but I wonder whether we're seeing an advantage in terms of the tactics whether those that were employed by Mitchell de Jong and Norby Kish were better, and that's why they're faster at the moment, or whether they were always going to go faster because they're faster drivers in this current scenario. Impossible to tell until we have more rounds of this series, but interesting that the tactics of using a Grand Prix layout banker first has not quite worked out.
Yeah, you've got to give everything a go, haven't you, especially in a qualifying session like this. At the end of the day, a session and a race meeting like this is always unique. No matter how many times you do it a season, every single one is so different, and you have to employ strategies where you can, because you don't get as many attempts to do it, I guess. I suppose with having the circuit work the way it does, you'll get a few laps in here for a 3-hour race compared to any other circuit around the world. As again, across the line goes the 44 car, Falcon Sim Racing, currently 7th place, Sindre Setsas, only 74 thousandths off the car ahead, but yeah, no major improvement from him there. 7:48.409, but it's the HRT Esports Coanda car that is the fastest then, with Mitchell de Jong taking a 7:45.5 to the top of the time. Brilliant stuff from him.
Yep, fantastic time from Mitchell de Jong. Coanda, who've had success in this series in the past, and though not necessarily last season, they didn't take part in the SB9 category. They were at 5th place in the standings for the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring, but they're on the pole here for the first round of DNLS season 25-26, with Cesi Esport in 2nd position, 7 tenths behind Norby Kish there 2nd. Then it's going to be Alexei Nesov in 3rd, with the Marlon Racing Team in 4th position. BS Competition number 1 in 5th. And have a look at those names, by the way, as a top 5. de Jong, Kish, Nesov, Denez and Comright at the front of the field. Going to be very exciting. George Karakoulis as well, 6th place. Good qualifying from him to get ahead of Sindre Setsas, who was last over the line there. And Tom Coanda for the EWJ Barmerscheden team in the 8th position. They will be in the 4th row of the grid, along with Sindre Setsas. 18 cars in the SB9 field here today, so 55 in the field overall, therefore. 9th place will be Sim RC, who might be a bit disappointed with that. The first line GP car of Kai Schubert will be rounding out the top 10. 11th place for Smiley Esport Hislop. Emil Heyerdahl, for Shara Esport will then be 12th. Nürburgring Esports and Manfilter team by WWR will be sharing row 7. Stint 1 KRS Motorsport 15th ahead of Falcon GP. In 16th, Seaback Esports and Endurico Racing, who did actually get a time in the end, despite getting a meatball halfway through that session, ending up 18th in that one. So they did everybody did at least get a time in from SB9 qualifying. No massive surprises, I wouldn't say. Mitchell de Jong taking a pole is not too much of a surprise, but the exciting prospect, I think, is the race. I read the 5 drivers' names out there to start off with. They're all going to be starting their respective cars. And for that to be a front 5 at the start of a series is very exciting. Yeah,
absolutely. And especially waiting to see how they approach the first stint as well, because at the end of the day, it's a 3-hour race. It's never won in turn 1. We all know that. But they have to think about the long game here. And they are all drivers with different experience in the real world and obviously in the sim as well. So I'm intrigued to see how they treat it and what they do in this opening stint. Will they push like mad? Will they see that as the first opportunity to gain any sort of ground? Or will they, while the field is closer together anyway, or will they just think, nope, I'll put the car in a decent position for when we do the driver change, and then at least, the driver taking over can run their stint and you can develop from there? Because it's all well and good having strategies, but you never really know how a race is going to pan out, do you? So you have to be ready to adapt, improvise, overcome, as some strange adventurer bloke once said. But yeah, I think this is going to be an absolute belter. And those 5 drivers at the front, you're absolutely right. What a lineup that is! It's a joy to be able to cover such a battle like that. And again, the world of sim racing allows it. You don't have to worry about the logistical challenges or necessarily the financial implications of motorsport to be able to put a list of drivers from many different corners of the world together on a grid like that.
Yeah, it's fantastic. And as I mentioned before, you know, we can't race in the Nürburgring really at this time of year in December. It's probably snowing in the real world Nürburgring at the moment, knowing that place. It does that in May. So, you know, it's great to come here in the virtual world and do the same in the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie as well. Over the course of 4 rounds. All 4 rounds this season, by the way, will be 3-hour races. And that does make it a slightly awkward distance, if you like, for the SB9s at the front of the field, because they can't quite go an hour these days in iRacing, and they end up, especially at this circuit, stopping a little bit short of that. I think it should be 7 laps per stint, but maybe I'll be wrong. And we'll see how many laps they end up doing overall in the race. But the fact that they all know how many laps there's going to be is unusual for a 3-hour race, and that does help them. But that doesn't make the strategy easy, because, as I say, 3 is an odd number, 3 hours, an odd distance, if you like, for a timed race.
Yeah, absolutely is. And the thing is as well that you don't really get 1 or 2 laps either side of a fuel window in a place like this either. It's not a shorter lap that you'd see in maybe something like the Watkins Glen 6-hour, for example. You know, it's a shorter lap round there on the on that sort of circuit. So you could think, oh, we'll overcut them, you know, we'll stay behind and then overcut them by a lap. To save that much fuel to do an extra lap round here is a ridiculous prospect, and I'm quite excited to see if any of the drivers decide to really try anything like that. But I think that to risk something like that is maybe throwing your race into more jeopardy than anything else. It's not an easy thing to come up with, let alone to actually, you know, pull off as well in a race that's in such a high pressure environment. You know, the teams and the people you're all against is just incredible. So you can't really take too many risks.
Absolutely. Well, the race will be coming up very, very shortly. Qualifying over, complete, and on the pole position, Mitchell de Jong setting the best time. A 7-minute 45.5 from him is enough to see the HRT Esports by Coanda Ford Mustang on the pole position for the first 3-hour race of this DNLS season. We'll be back in a few moments' time with the start of the race. SB9s, first of all, for 90-second intervals for the 2 other starts. That race start coming up in a few moments' time.
Nicely timed.
Hol dir jetzt dein eigenes Motorsporterlebnis nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de.
Liebe Fans,
Lovely fans,
besucht uns auf unseren Social-Media-Kanälen.
follow us.
Auf Facebook, Instagram.
YouTube und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der NLS.
Well, the race start just a few moments away here in the first round of the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie for 2025-26. And the drivers are just making their way onto the grid right now, getting things set up behind the scenes before we start with the SB9s. As I say, there'll be 90-second intervals for our starts. So the SB9s will get underway first, and then the Porsche Cup cars, a minute and a half after that. The SB10s and M2s start together. I'm a fan of that, I must admit. It's an advantage of running this as a private league, if you like, rather than an official iRacing server, which doesn't quite allow you to do that. But it also means that traffic is upon us a little bit sooner. And you do want that round here because it takes an awful long time to catch the back of the field otherwise.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that one of the best things about this is that it's not just going to be down to outright pace and track position, because you have to think about the other classes as well. You can get a good look with traffic and catch them in a very, very easy to overtake position, where maybe if you're in one of the SP9 cars, you can breeze past one of the BMW M2s down a long straight or through a high-speed section. Or you can get really bad luck with it and catch them in a hairpin, for example, or one of the slow chicanes, even through the carousel as well. One of the worst places on the circuit to catch traffic. So I'm intrigued to see how that plays out in today's race, and obviously how much of an effect that has on lead battles potentially, even class wins as well, because let's not forget, it goes in both directions here. You could have a GT3 car come through and slow down one of the BMW M2 class leaders, and that could hamper them. So yeah, it goes both ways, and I think drivers and spectators alike sometimes forget that, don't they?
Yeah, no, absolutely. We often forget about the implications for the slower class, but there are massive implications, and not just in terms of that, but actually just in terms of survival. Sometimes your destiny is not in your own hands, and I must admit that's why I wouldn't be a slower class driver, to be honest, because I don't like the idea of other classes coming through and passing you while you are sort of helpless on occasion, and especially around here as well. Sometimes I watch the endless racing in the rearward, and I think these pro drivers are expecting an awful lot from the slower classes around such a difficult circuit. And you know, it's not quite the same here because all of these guys are top sim racers, right from the very top SB9s to the slowest M2s. However, there is still a bit of that goes on. The SB9's expecting quite a lot from the M2s, really.
Yeah, definitely. I think that there has to be a level of respect presented on both sides to make sure that, you know, you're all in the same race and you want to all make it to the end. So whether you're in the same class as one another, you still need to realize that they're all on a level playing field in terms of the fact that you are all competitors in the same event. But as you can see, we're using the VLN layout of the Nürburgring, which combines most of the Grand Prix circuit. You just don't all go down to the Dunlop Kere at the bottom of the hill, and then we go on what used to be called, I believe, the school layout, which is the smaller sort of arena section and hairpin bit. And then the drivers will obviously head on to the Nordschleife instead of going around the final corner back onto the Grand Prix circuit on the Dottinger Höhe at the moment. This incredible back straight. I once went on a very long walk down the road that runs parallel to that, not realizing quite how long it was on my first visit to the Nürburgring, and I can tell you it is a humongous piece of real estate, is that straight alone. And it's going to be quite a pivotal part of the track, actually, isn't it, Ewan? We do often see a lot of slipstreaming down there. That's where a lot of the class overtakes happen because it's the easiest place to do it. It's one of the most pivotal parts of the lap, especially leading down the hill again here into the final few corners.
Yeah, it certainly is. We're going to see it for a total of 12 hours this season. It's time for some winter time racing here at the Nürburgring. 4 3-hour races between now and the end of February in season 2025-26 of the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie. Mitchell de Jong will be in control of the field very shortly as the pace car pulls down onto pit lane. Norby Kish will be directly alongside for Sezi Esport. And Lexi Netsov in there as well. Some top names in a top series again in season 25-26. Mitchell de Jong brings them onto the front straight. He's in control of the field. And the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie Season 7 is set to get underway. Here we go. Good jump from Netsov, who's chopped off immediately by de Jong. Oh, and Sensas tried to do the same as well in the background to Alex Moore, who tried to get through on the pit wall, but he's going to be squeezed out. Karakoulos goes straight in front of Sindre Sensas there in the Falcon BMW. Elbows out, down in towards the first hairpin for the first time this season. And the pole sitter holds on. Mitchell de Jong leads the field through the Mercedes Arena for the first time in an electric start on the run towards turn 1.
I think Phil Dennis is one of the drivers that got the most lucky there, actually. He holds on to his 4th position in the Mahler Racing Team Mustang, but he was way out wide through turn 1. Oh, contact behind. He was trying to avoid all the chaos, and it's Joshua Hislop that's lost a few places in all of that as well. One of the Mustangs going around, one of the many Mustangs that we have. I think it was one of the Smiller Esports Pro cars, or the Smiller Esports Pro car that went around. We look there at the number 7 Aston Martin of Joshua Hislop, who's actually made his way, well, through it. So apologies, it wasn't him that went around. I think, was it the Scuderia Volt car? It was Karakoulos, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was Karakoulos. Hit, I think, by Sindre Sensas, who's got a black flag next to his name. Now we'll see whether Race Control clear that themselves and decide that he didn't jump the start, but that's what I can only imagine it's for. Side by side, meantime, for the reigning champions. Jaden Conwright not off to a great start. Tom Callender is in there, and just in front of him, as you can see. Conwright, though, being attacked by Kai Schubert onto the Nordschleife, and he just about shuts that door in time. Well, if you thought that wasn't enough, then we get to see 2 more starts maybe not exactly like that, but 90 seconds after the first one, the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring cars should be on their way to the start line right now as the SB9s are led onto the Hatzenbach for the first time by Mitchell de Jong in the HRT Esports Baiko and Mustang. There are the Porsche Cup cars just coming through the final chicanes now. EMM Esports absolutely dominating in qualifying, as their drivers did, although they were driving for Share Esport at the time, as their drivers did in last season's DNLS. Let's try it again, shall we? This time the Porsche Cup cars, as those EMM drivers, Luca Alpert leading them, come on to the front straight, and they go, and already having to cut up the nose off as well. Mitchell de Jong had to do a very similar thing in SB9. In the Porsche Cup class, the same thing happening. Through the middle, meantime, goes Adrian Gereike, trying to take the lead away from those EMM Esports drivers, but he's not going to struggle to do that. At least he'll struggle to take the lead. Luca Alpert takes that, with his teammate getting shuffled back. Julian Reimer, with the bad start there for him, he's shuffled back to 4th place, as Adrian Gereike and Louis Glanier come round the outside. Oh, and contact, Glanier's off. Glanier's into a spin. He made a great start initially, but he's now at the back.
Well, he got very lucky not to get collected by another car as well there, actually. He was sort of punched away from the fight, wasn't he? As he went sideways, he floated away from it, managed to just slam on everything and keep all 4 wheels locked. Car came to a good stop, and he's able to get back underway, hopefully not losing too much time. He's already ahead of Mihalides, actually, in the Cesar Esport car. Now Jonas van Druyten has dropped to the back in the Nitro Cup car 927, and there's battles aplenty already. And then another one here at this point, Ewan. Let's do it again.
We do. They're quite early, aren't they?
They are a little bit.
I think it's 90 seconds after the previous one, but there's quite a gap from the Porsches to the SB9s. Anyway, a really long hold here for the SB10s as we finally get underway. Goodness me, Adam Isaacson not wanting to get underway very early. There's somebody on the grass here trying to take them 3 wide, 4 wide in towards turn 1. Goodness me, Adam Isaacson takes control though. Late on the brakes, too late maybe. Eskalainen on the inside is going to take the lead for Williams Sim Racing. They're still 3 wide. Sim RC on the inside, Nürburgring Esports in the middle, and the Falcon Sim Racing team on the outside, turning underneath them all. Nico Schiffer for Line GP. Oh, and he makes contact with the pole sitter. Adam Isaacson having to just cut up the nose there a little bit on that other BMW. 5 BMWs in the top 5 as they get underway. The M2's laying off the back of them a little bit more than I was expecting, actually. Ben Elias Reimer for Share Esport getting them underway nicely. But the pole sitter, the first pole sitter to lose their lead, is Adam Isaacson, who took pole by over a second in SB10. He's now in second as they come through the Grand Prix layout for the first time.
That was perfect for Eskalainen. He just basically got in front, and then after the Sim RC car went deep, he just, well, started to drive away while the rest of them all had a good old scrap. We look here at the 288 machine currently running in, sorry, it's 299 machine. I clearly can't read. This is Racing Lounge M2, currently running in 4th place. It's Moritz Freitag currently trying to get ahead of Merlin Mark Wolf in the Wolf Motorsport car, as one of the Porsche cars that didn't take the start drops down the order on our timing screen. But it's the Share Esport M2 of Ben Elias Reimer that currently leads that one. He's got the BS Plus competition of Elias Riker following him along, but not as dramatic in the BMW M2s. I think they know that their race is going to get more dramatic later on as they avoid all the faster classes. So at this point, they're keeping it nice and tame. A little look down the inside here and there, but nothing over the top to get their 3-hour race underway.
Marvin Bouchkin, by the way, starting from the pit lane there in SB10. That's the Aston Martin you can see in the background. Not a spinner, but in fact a pit lane starter. So that's why you can see that Aston Martin in the background. Back with the leaders, who are coming towards the end of a new lap. A load of penalties for us to go through, by the way, and I'll get through those in a moment because there's so many of them. But Mitchell de Jong leads nicely, not breaking away from the rest of the field by any means, and still there's 3 absolutely with him. Norbikish, Alexei Nesov and Phil Denez are all right there, but it's good at least for him to have actually kept the race lead.
Yeah, definitely. It's important at this point to send the message and show your competitors what your plan is, you know, and how hard you wish to defend. Little duck to the inside there by Leo Livius, looking down the inside of the Mustang. I mean, it's the size of a housing estate, that Mustang, anyway, so yeah, I'm going to have to move around quite a lot. There is a drive-through penalty for well, one of those two cars. Incident number 6, the car 276 is the one that's gotten that. Were they not the original pole sitters in the M2s, or am I getting that the wrong way around?
No, I think they were.
Oh, the Mustang, sorry now, Ewan. He lost a lot of pace. Did the Sim RC Mustang of Alex Moore. And all of a sudden, look, he's got a traffic jam of SP9s behind him. They're in the trees somewhere. And he's lost another position now to the number 7 Aston Martin, Joshua Hislop, going through. And then a Mustang. He must have had a slowdown penalty or something there to give away.
Yeah, this is really odd for Alex Moore, unfortunately. He's dropping down the field very, very quickly here. There's George Kourakoulos recovering from his spin. He's out of the groove. And the Vulcan car might well come through as well. Big slipstream down the Dottingerhorn now for the leaders as Mitchell de Jong leads them onto the front straight. But is Norby Kiss even going to try and make the move here, or is he going to go for fuel saving, I wonder? Same goes for Phil Denez with Alexei Nesov. I'll deal with these drive-throughs in a moment, by the way. There's going to be a load of them coming through in a moment at the top of your screen, and I'll talk you through all of them in a moment. But up the Dottingerhorn they go. And Mitchell de Jong, I think, is going to keep the lead, although Norby Kiss is going to get very close. Less than 2 tenths, less than 1 tenth. As they get to the S's themselves, he's not quite close enough and perhaps doing the sensible thing by staying behind.
Yeah, you've got to reel it in a little bit at the start of the race, but it's good that he's been able to keep with him in that first lap. And even the Nürburgring Esports car, number 42, just behind Philip Dennis as well in the Marler Racing Team Mustang. He is also there. They've got a handy gap over Sindre Setsas, who still has that black flag lingering over him. It's still sticking after this first lap. Obviously, they'll be looking at that and seeing whether they do remove that or not, if it was given to him by the sim that quickly, because it seemed quite fast to apply. We look at the man-filter WWR car of Dan Peel, or Dan Pyle, I believe it is. He's got Josh Hislop and Marvin Scheider just behind in the very subtle bright gold Mustang going through turn 1. But it's spread out a little bit in the SP9 class on that first lap, as we expected. But drivers then want to get into a groove. It's a phrase that I'm going to use a lot over the course of this broadcast, but you have to get into a rhythm, get into a groove, especially in a race like this, where even on the Nordschleife, you're going to be churning out lap after lap after lap. As we look at the beautiful Cesar Esports Mustang, with its floral design as part of the Hungarian crest that you can see on the side of it. The top 4, though, well, they're not battling too hard right now, Ewan, but they look safe at this point, if you can call it that.
Yeah, they certainly do. Only a couple of pit stops in SP9 as well. Alex Moore and Andy Goulden have both been into the pit lane so far, but there's going to be some other drivers having to come down pit lane very soon. The Endurco Racing Team, as you mentioned, were indeed on pole position in the M2 class, but they have had a drive-through penalty for not doing the short lap properly in qualifying. When you do a short lap in the Grand Prix layout, like we saw so many times, you've got to stay outside for it to be legal. They didn't. Neither did Somalia Esports Green in the M2 class. They did it twice. And Endurco Racing, by the way, out of this race. They didn't seemingly take the start for whatever reason. Those are the only ones in M2. In the SB10 class, TSR Racing did it once. They've got a drive-through penalty. As did Cesar Esport, actually, in SB10 as well. In the Porsche Cup class, GHD Motorsports entered the pit lane from the Nordschleife. That's what Cesar did, actually, as well. That is against the rules, and they've got a drive-through penalty. In fact, GHD did it twice. They've got 2 drive-through penalties. And then Endurco Racing have got 3 drive-through penalties for the same violation of doing the Grand Prix layout wrong in their short qualifying lap. That's their SB9 car that will have to come down pit lane many, many times before the end of this race, unfortunately. So lots of drive-through penalties. I would chalk all of those, to be honest, down under first round admin errors, which we do see fairly often.
Yes, yeah, you've got to get used to how things work, and like we've said, you know, a lot of this sort of championship, and especially here at the Nordschleife, is very unique. There's a lot of little loopholes and things that drivers and teams seem to think they've found, but then obviously it can come and bite them in the backside when they realise, no, we're aware of that. That's not how this works. The 126 Cesar Esport car has then been through the pit lane. I've just seen that now drop down in their order, but yeah, it does seem like the pole sitters from the M2 class didn't take the start, which is a big shame, actually, because there's a lot of promise there from the Endurco team, but now it's being led by Shera Esport once again, and well, we can expect to see that a little bit, can't we, to say the least, Ewan, because we know just how potent that team is, not just in the M2s, but of course they've got 2 cars running in the Porsches as well.
Absolutely. As the SP10s now make their way to the end of the back straight. This is Sim RC on the back of Williams Sim Racing, and look at the chase behind. They're helping one another back there, the Nürburgring Esports and Line GP BMWs, to get that little bit closer to the leaders. But I think we've got a class of the field emerging already here amongst Williams and Sim RC.
Yeah.
This battle for third is quite a way away from that, and although you'd expect certainly a team like Falcon to maybe be able to stay with those 2 out front, it's going to be difficult for them, and that's why they're helping each other, I suppose, try and get back in touch again.
Yeah, and for those wondering what we were meaning about helping each other, it's the fact that, of course, you get a lot of slipstream down the Dottinger Höhe, but if you can then push the car you're getting the slipstream from to push it forward as a group, you then give that slipstream even more impetus to the car behind you. So as one big 12-wheeled BMW, you all move forward together. As all wide into turn 1 there for the Aston Martin, as well, a very, very big moment for the 169, the TSR racing machine. They have a black flag, though, does Johannes Traub in that Aston Martin. So, yeah, unsure why they've gotten that one. I think I must have missed that one earlier. But Eiffel Racing and GTU getting past them. Here's the M2s. And, well, there is some very, very early lifting and braking from the BS competition car of Elias Riker. Look at all of them piling in behind, though. This great battle, bit of contact there through turn 1 for 3rd position. Nürburgring Esports car of Daniel Muth just getting a little bit of a scrape from the Wolf Motorsport sim racing car. They're trying to take a bite out of them, to say the least, as in behind them as well is Racing Lounge in car 299, side by side even behind that as well. Venari Racing under pressure as well from Leon Harhoff in the Smiller Esports red car. So all the battles going on here, they're sort of, well, they're making up for their quieter first lap, aren't they?
Yes, that is true. They were the quietest probably of the 4 classes, but making up for it on lap 2. You know, as entertaining as it is, I think it's a little bit confusing, because there is a top 2 of BS Competition and Sherry Sport, who, as he said, were playing games down in towards turn number 1, but surely these guys should be working together to try and get with them, because all of the all of the classes, these are the ones that are benefited by draft the most, and if they can stay with those 2 leaders, they could stay in contention for the race win for a long time. But they seem more pleased to battle over 3rd place, which I say is entertaining, but a little bit puzzling at the same time.
It's a slight bit self-destructive, isn't it, really, to do it that early on? You know, when you don't know what the final picture is. I mean, you and I have covered enough. Get it? You and I have covered enough endurance races each to know that you don't get an idea the last 2 stints of a race and how people are going to pan out against one another and what the final numbers are going to be. So until then, you don't really want to take too many risks and fight too hard. But I suppose on the flip side, if you go all guns blazing in the first few stints, then from then on you can develop a picture from further up the front of the order, or you risk getting to the front of the order sooner. Speaking of, we've got Norbert Kish now right up behind Mitchell de Jong. 2 names I never thought I'd say in the same sentence, as they head up the Dottinger Höhe once more. Alexei Nesov also under pressure from Phil Dennis, but God, those Mustangs, they just look faster than everything else at the moment. They have such pace about them. And it's a big old car to be going that quickly. We'll hear the 2 V8s rumble away underneath the bridge. You can see just how much closer Norby Kish is now, and same again with Phil Dennis.
Yeah, and again, they're just going to do the sensible thing here and help one another. I think Dennis behind Nesov. If they fought for 3rd, like what we're seeing in the M2 class, then they would suddenly lose the top 2. But de Jong versus Kish out front is a very exciting battle to watch, and it's just the early scraps, if you like, the early punches being thrown between those 2. There's plenty more to come later as they start lap 3 now, what should be a 24-lap race through 3 hours, and there's a new fastest lap of the race, as you'd expect to see on lap number 2, 48.7, and that makes it look like Mitchell de Jong's by far and away the fastest driver in this field, but he certainly isn't, because Norby Kish was only 5 thousandths slower on that previous lap. And we've got a pit stop in the background. It's not really a pit stop. Storm Gedrum will be driving through the pit lane for the first of number 36's 3 drive-through penalties.
Yeah, I tend to take notes of who gets penalties and when at the moment, and writing down drive-through ×3 is one of the more ridiculous notes I've ever had to take. But at the end of the day, if you're not obeying the rules, you will pay the price for that. And it's a long race, you can still make up for it. There's a bit of making up going on there, actually, as we look back from the Porsche at the Mustang, and there was quite the kiss onto the back of that Porsche there, wasn't there, on the 22 machine. Seaback Esports, well, we can see back from it right now, actually, to the Mustang of Marvin Scheider, and you can see a very striking golden machine chasing them down. But yeah, they certainly used all of the nose of that Mustang to give the Porsche a bit of a kiss. Another race control message and a drive-through penalty for car 36. Obviously, that's going to come up a few times as they have to reissue the drive-throughs once they've completed the previous one.
Indeed. Race control will be busy, as they already have been this afternoon. Big time penalty coming in already, though, for HRT Esports by Coanda.
No.
5-second time penalty for exceeding 85 kilometers an hour on the formation lap multiple times. So too fast on the way to the start line, because there is a 85 kilometer speed target that you have to hit on the run up towards the line, and they were protested and indeed found guilty. 5-second time penalty. Meantime, the battle for the race lead in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring. EMM Esports losing the lead for the first time. And look at their teammates coming through to take the lead off of them as well. Julian Reimer on the outside comes through and might try and help their teammates. Alpert and Reimer going to be leading 1-2, which would be bad news for the rest of the field. Garaike knows it as he tries to hold on to second at least, but he can't do it. And EMM Esports lead 1 and 2 for the first time since qualifying.
That's fantastic. The speed of that Porsche and all the double slipstream that it got down the Dottinger or up the Dottinger was just incredible. But this is something that you have to consider with these cars. In a straight line, these Porsche Cup cars are faster than GT3 machines. They are absolute missiles in a straight line. And you can see now, look, the EMM car, 905 down the inside, actually blocking off the Coanda entry from making a late braking maneuver down the inside. They want to sort of maintain that battle behind them, and the Frozen Speed car not quite able to get back up there yet. They're able to hold off Coanda, albeit with a little bit of a kiss here and there, a little bit of contact at this moment and that moment. And, well, watching it all go on in 5th place is the Carlar Esports Cup car. Hendrik Augustin just waiting for his moment, I suppose. And I guess that down the Dottinger as well, he's going to get a massive amount of slipstream, and he's got a lot of cars to choose from to do that as well. Maybe not something to consider for fuel saving in the long run, but I tell you, they're having a good old ding dong, these Porsches.
They absolutely are. Fantastic to watch. All of these guys go at it. Hopefully it's going to continue on for some time. It's the biggest leading group that we have. There's 2 cars in the SP10s and M2s that are still yet to come down the back straight again. And the SP9s still just 4, although Nesov and Denez are starting to struggle to stay with de Jong and Kiss at the front of the field, as we're seeing here. But what a difference this could make, that 5-second time penalty for Mitchell de Jong. And maybe this race is going to be settled by more than 5 seconds, and therefore it wouldn't have mattered anyway. But we've seen plenty of occasions, especially in the last 2 seasons that I've been here. I mean, I've been astonished by the amount of last lap finishes that we had. I think there was 4 out of 5 in season 23-24. So it was unbelievable. And, you know, for a series where races are settled by so little so often, you can't afford a 5-second penalty for something so trivial as that.
Yeah, that's the thing, you know, it all adds up, doesn't it? You may see a 5-second penalty here and there and think, flipping out, you know, it's nearly an 8-minute lap in the SP9 cars. Surely it can't be that bad, but it really does add up, you know, because they are all at such a high level, chasing one another and utilising every second of this race to the best of their own strategical knowledge, that 1 second, 2 second here and there can just ruin a race. It can throw everything off by so much, and as a driver you may end up 1 or 2 seconds apart by the end, because they're all at such a high level that that's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes, or how the curryverse crumbles, it could be. Trust me, the Nürburgring Currywurst is unbelievable. But we've got the top 4 in the SP9 class still on track together, and it's a joy to see it. I mean, you can see just how well these cars flow around this circuit. GT3 cars and the Nürburgring Nordschleife are married together so well, despite the ever-increasing size of them. It's just a joy to watch, even in a sim environment. And again, that's something that, I mean, I'll sing iRacing's praises till the day I die, but it's the way in which iRacing translates the car behavior, the way they bump and skip and hop over all the curbs, and you can physically see what the car is doing and how well behaved it is. And right now, it looks like these Mustangs are absorbing every little bump and curb. The Vantage is clearly doing the same thing, but I'd say that Mustang looks a bit more comfortable in these early stages.
Yeah, perhaps that is the case. I mean, we're seeing this Mustang really on a bit of a journey for the last couple of years in the real world, certainly. Is it only 2025 it came into? Oh, it was 24, wasn't it? There where
yes.
it first came to the world, as it were, and definitely was not straight out the gun as one of the best GT3s, but has developed into that now and has started to win one or two things here and there, especially in IMSA, where they've been winning, I think, 3 races this last season, including Daytona now. So it's been a good journey for them now, and a successful one finally. But in this race so far, mobbing the front 1 and 2, with Nesov in that Aston Martin and Denez in that BMW trying to keep up, but increasingly not able to. Denez very close now to Nesov, who didn't have a very good run onto the Dottinger, and so surely there's going to be a change this time round. Kish and de Jong start to drag themselves away. This BMW, this Ford in the background, just not quite as strong as what we're seeing for the Aston Martin, even in the slipstream. Not sure whether Denez is purposely staying behind here, in which case I'd question that, but maybe it's the straight line speed that is insufficient at the moment for Phil Denez.
Which would be so strange for a Mustang, because it's a car, and even a road car, that is known for straight line capability over cornering capability. That was until the Mustang GTD arrived on the scene. It's a real track weapon, but yeah, it would seem very weird for a Mustang to not outrun an Aston Martin in a straight line, but as is GT3 racing, as is a variation in car setups maybe. Maybe they're running a little bit more wing on it. Maybe it's not quite as slippery in a straight line. Great battle going on here between the Seaback, is that the Seaback Porsche? It is, isn't it? The 22 car with the Smiller Esports Pro Aston Martin just behind, and then George Karakoulis trying to recover from his earlier spin and moment. You can see the damage on the front left of that car, but it looks like now that the 27 Mustang has gotten clear. It's disappeared up the road from the Seaback Porsche. They can see back in their rearview mirror and see the Porsche still there, I guess. But Joshua Hislop is stuck in a situation that nobody wants to be in right now. He wants to try and attack the car in front while also having to think about what the car behind is doing. Oh, well, never mind, the car next to him is doing. As he realizes that, I think Karakoulis started near the front of the order, and I think he's got to have a bit of humility about him there as Josh to say, look, this car is clearly faster on paper. I'll let them go for now. Maybe he can upset the Porsche. We'll have to see. Back.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Counter going on in the corner of the screen. Yeah.
No, that's the time, sir.
Very good. Oh, really? You haven't said it 13,000 times? No, okay.
I probably have.
What was I going to say? Yeah, Karakoulis qualified 6th place, so he is very much removed from where he should be. And indeed, probably the smart thing for Joshua Hislop to do there, as you say, to just let him go. As Norby Kish, again, we ride on board with him, and he gets onto the back of Mitchell de Jong at the front of the field. Car 36 has got a drive-through penalty again. They've just served another one of those. So one more time into the pit lane, and then they will be done in a moment. I'm not sure how many laps they actually have to serve all these, whether they have to do all of them within 3 laps or whether they get 3 laps each time. But if I were them, I would wait a little bit longer, because you want to sort of avoid traffic for as long as you can, sort of make these drive-through penalties worth something at least, and you can do that by delaying traffic maybe a little bit.
Look at all those truck racing trophies there that Norbert Kish has behind him in the background. I mean, they're probably not all truck racing trophies, but he does have a very impressive wall in his house. I think that's actually where that is. That curves round the entire length of that room, that entire shelf. And let me tell you, it is full of trophies. The man has been winning many of them over the last couple of years. In truck racing alone, I think this year he took 19 or 20 race victories, and there wasn't another driver that scored more than 3 over the course of the championship. He has really been dominating it over the last couple of years, and it's wonderful to see him going well in the sim. Interesting position. This is maybe a strange observation, but interesting to see him in a different driving position to a lot of other drivers. You see a lot of them with their arms almost fully stretched out in front of them. You could see he was holding the wheel very close, almost like a NASCAR driver, and really putting a lot of the bend in his wrists into the wheel. We'll come back to that later, though, as the EMM Porsches are trying to gang up on everybody here and hold on. They've got a rear tail gunner position going at the moment in the 905 car. He's got the Commander machine down the inside, and through goes Julian Sonnen. A lovely move indeed, but straight back at him and straight back on the defence goes Julian Luca Alpert. Couldn't quite get back in there. He's got Gericke behind him, and then, of course, his not teammate Hendrik Augustin, even though black and green cars seem to be on the menu in the Porsche class right now. This top 5 is absolutely thrilling between these guys, but still, the consistent thing, the control element here is an EMM Esports Porsche leading the way. It's just they've now swapped around again.
Yeah, and, you know, it's I know some people don't like this sort of tactical racing with teammates or whatever, but I think it's absolutely fascinating. Just the way that Sonnen sort of very subtly moved his car slightly to the right there on the way in towards turn 2 in the Mercedes arena, just put off the other EMM car from actually driving round his outside, like he could have done there, Luca Alpert, and then Sonnen had to dive it back sharp to the left again to defend towards turn 3. Absolutely love this type of racing, this sort of battle between EMM Esports effectively and the rest of the field, which is what we're seeing at the moment. You know, it's very interesting to me, but I get that some people, I guess it's the sort of hollowness almost of it sometimes, where it feels like it's almost a manufactured race. But you know, if these guys were on different teams and they were racing like this, which they still would be, we wouldn't say anything. So no, I think it's absolutely great. And the only car that probably won't get involved is that Carlisle Esports car you come into is at the back of the field. They're up 3 places on where they qualified, by the way, and they are the best AM team by some distance in this race so far.
Yeah, so they want to hold on to those AM honours to begin with, and then obviously do what they can do in this fight, but not overstay their welcome. The Porsches hopping and skipping up through floodplats. It's great. The whole front end comes off the ground as these cars have such high speed about them. The top end on these Porsches is just immense. They are really, really quick, but it's great to have such a scrap like this. And I'm with you, Ewan. You know, I love the fact that if you've got 2 cars in a battle like this where other teams only have 1, you need to use that to their advantage. You know, you have to make use of having those 2 cars. Put anybody that complains about it in a similar situation where they have a teammate car and ask them not to use it. See if they would. Yeah, see what they'd do in that situation. It would soon change. We have the Falcon BMW heading towards us here with the Lion Racing machine behind it. I am getting there with the liveries, and the 2 of them now make their way down towards turn 1. This is the SP10 class, of course. This is 3rd and 4th positions. The lead 2, as you said earlier, you in class of the field, Escalainen and Isaacson breaking away. We have Schneider and Schiffer right now together in that scrap, and once again we look back now at the BMW M2s. Riker, Reimer, Muth and Freitag, the top 4 in this category.
Yep, and the 4 we're seeing on the screen, there go the top 2. The 4 we're seeing on the screen, battle it goes all the way down to 6th place. So these guys slightly more organised now, but I'm afraid it's a couple of laps too late for that. They could have done with this a little bit earlier on, and that would have allowed them to stay with these 2. PS Competition and Scherer Esport 1 and 2. And quite apart from the fact that these BMW M2 CS racing cars suit this kind of racing a little bit better. They race very regularly in the real NLS, and the Renault Clios, well, 1 or 2 are a feature of Nürburgring racing, especially those longer races. Those slower cars are still a feature of the Nürburgring racing. It's not quite the same as having a BMW M2 class, of which there are so many in the real world. Great to have them in the DNLS for the very first time. It's because They were added too late for the start of season 24-25, which means this is their debut in this series. Third place for Daniel Muv, who is just at the head of this group, and Moritz Freitag, Björn Anslag and Leon Harhoff, the other battlers in that group there, as the leaders come towards the end of another lap, and Nobby Kiss again follows Mitchell de Jong. It's like you're seeing a replay of the opening laps. We see it again for the 4th time in a row, just a few laps away from the first pit stops of the day.
Yeah, instead of having 2 groups of 4, we've now actually got 4 pairs battling away at the start of this field, or at the sharp end of it. De Jong versus Kish, Nesov versus Dennis, and then we've got Setsas and Conright, and then Callender and Schubert right together, all of them in pairs, sounding like really bad firms of solicitors. But at the moment, we've got a big old battle here. That's not a pair, that's a trio, and it's the Porsche, which the Seaback Porsche has been under pressure since the start of this race. And Karakoulas goes through, and the Mustang gets it stopped very nicely on the apex. But look, the Seaback Porsche now has a bit of a run onto the start-finish straight. Not too much of a slingshot there. Karakoulas makes it clear that he wants to go over to the right, makes it even more clear that he wants to go over to the right. And now we've got Weber trying to, well, stay in a straight line in the middle of the road. He's been a bit more defiant, and that is naughty stuff. He's really sending a message there, and, well, that was borderline self-destructive once again there, but again showing exactly how pure his intentions are on staying in front of that Ford Mustang. As back down the inside, says Karakoulas. It was always going to happen. Contact was always inevitable with those two, showing such strong moves one way then the other, and they're both lucky to have not been completely spun around by that. Of course, there's a flash of the lights from the number 22, but at the end of the day, you make your own bed in those scenarios by showing such intentions, and yeah, it takes 2 to tango there.
It does, very much so. I'm with you, that was absolutely self-destructive, almost in towards turn 1 there from Weber. I mean, you can understand why you want to be on the inside going in towards turn 1, absolutely understand. It's such a tight corner that you can't really afford to be running around the outside, but that nearly ended with him in the inside wall there. Thankfully, it did not. Top 5 in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring class are back together again. And well, I'm bracing myself because it's going to be a rip-roaring run down the back straight again, I'd imagine, towards the end of another lap.
Yeah, I hope we stay with this until we see just how much of an overspeed they get up the Dottinger Höhe here, especially from the cars 3rd, 4th and 5th in this train. We're going to be looking at Alpert, Gerke and Augustin. Although, to be fair, actually, the 5th place car is the one that is the most removed from this. It's actually the 3 cars in the middle, almost like a bit of a reverse Newton's cradle. It's the little balls in the middle that are moving around a bit more than the ones on the outside. But now they come on to the Dottinger Höhe. Now watch that white, purple and orange car in 2nd place. It is going to come steaming up to the back of the EMM Esports 914. And it's almost as if it's got double the horsepower. Not that these Porsche Cup cars need it, but again, look at the car in 3rd place. There's a real concertina effect between the 3. That Commander Esports car is just going to be the one in the middle that has, well, it's not in the middle actually, he's moved all the way over to the right. 3 wide as they go over the crest of the hill, but through goes Alpert. Thank you very much, I'll take that. And once again, Commander car has actually stayed where it is, and almost like an aerobatic display team, the EM Esports cars have just swapped around it, and well, the 2 in the background will be laughing all the way to the bank here, won't they?
Well, yeah, laughing all the way to the fuel pumps, because they will have a lot of board compared to those 3 out front who are really battling out at the moment. Julian Snonnen, I get the feeling, wants to lead this race, but at the moment can't. He's going to switch to the inside. He's not going to brake late enough, though, I don't think. Very nearly gets into the back of the car in front, but he's got to be wary. He's got to be wary. He can't end up on the outside for turn 2. He's got to come across, and he does. He comes across Julian Raymer there, and he stays in front going into turn 2. So Coanda keeps 2nd, but the EMM Esports drivers swap in which positions they are. One of them leading, one of them in 3rd. Worth remembering for the end of the race that there is time. If there's a pair towards the end of the race here in this class, and there may well be, although it is still, we're still in the 1st quarter, if you're leading and you get past, you can come back past again. We've seen that on a couple of occasions, and so that's probably worth remembering before the final laps of this race, if it comes down to such a drafting battle to the end.
Yeah, exactly. There's it's never quite over, is it, at the Nürburgring, until the very final meters. It can all switch back around. But yeah, great stuff by the EMM cars. They're really choreographing this beautifully at the moment. the Coanda car in second position. Julian Sonnen, like you say, really wants to lead this race, but he did the right thing there and made sure that he defended himself rather than attacking. Sometimes the best form of attack is defense, and in these battles he needs to make sure that he stays in the middle of those two EMM cars rather than trying to make sure that he's, you know, well, rather than being behind both of them, he'd rather be in the middle, so at least he's still disturbing them a slight bit. We look back from one of the BMW M2s here, I believe right behind us, that is the 199 machine on track. Sorry, 299 machine, the Racing Lounge M2 car of Moritz Freitag. We must be then on board with Daniel Muth in third position, still holding on to the lead in this scrap. Good if Chaz looked at the graphics that are actually on screen rather than the timing screen. I might have known that a bit sooner. But it's definitely the top two in this class, isn't it, Ewan, that have disappeared over the horizon. BS Plus Competition and Share It Esports. They are, well, sharing the spoils at present, and that is going to be one, I think, that comes down to the final stint, or a mistake from either of them.
Yeah, indeed. Mistakes very costly around here, as we know. And we have actually already seen one car out of the race as a result of that. Marvin, no, not at the race actually. Marvin Bradsham had a meatball flag earlier. They've got another one, unfortunately, in the waved SP10 car. As for the leaders, meantime, we're into traffic for the first time. So this is where the race begins to change. Mitchell de Jong had just gotten a second ahead of Norby Kish for the first time today. But just as luck would have it, he now has to go through the whole M2 field, and here is that big battle headed by Daniel Muth. They've already come through on quite a few of them, in fact, as we join them. But look at this for Mitchell de Jong now. This is going to be a nightmare coming down to Fransgarten.
Yeah, this is not a place where you want to catch these cars. There's going to be quite a high-speed section after this if they go up through the Stefan Beloff S, but he's a bit early for that and now has to take a differing line around the outside of the M2, cutting back down the inside. And look at that, Norbert Kish all over the back of him now, trying to take advantage of this. It's really played into the Cesar hands, but through the Beloff S, M2 off the road. I don't know if he kissed the wall. I think he just got away with it. But this is the thing. These drivers have to take risks. The M2 drivers have to try and cleanly get out of the way where they can. But that's not what you want to see. You don't want to see their battles getting disrupted by these SP9 cars coming through. Norbert Kish now gets his fair share of bad luck with the traffic. And all of a sudden, Mitchell de Jong has got a bit of a free ticket to a slipstreamless run down the Dottinger Höhe.
Yeah, and he'll get these final two M2s on the straight as well. He should do anyway. With the straight line speed of these SB9 cars, should be enough to stay in front of the rest of the field, headed by Norby Kish. There is one of those M2s. The gap's much bigger now in this group as a result of traffic for the first time. And don't forget, for them, traffic's really only just beginning because they've got to be there for the whole SB9 field coming straight past them. SB10's not that much further in front because they started with the M2s. So on this next lap, I'd imagine those race leaders will have to come through on some of these GT4s as well. Yeah, we have the two leaders right now in those SP10s right together as again Norbert Kish tries to open a door. Forces the door open there actually on the Scherer BMW, I believe that was, and then the BS Plus competition car over on the right hand side. You can see the Aston Martin as well making its way through. Alexei Nesov really caught up to Norby actually in all of that traffic. He now moves to the right hand side of the M2, gets as much slipstream from it as he can, and all of a sudden he is closer to Kish than Kish is to de Jong right now. The Mahler car clearly going past its stablemate there, which is probably the most apt description of two cars that share a zebra as their team logo. But right now, that Mustang is a bit further away from Alexei Nesov. Setsas and Conright, 1.6 seconds between the two of them at the moment. They've spread out a little bit. Falcon GP and Seeback are having a good old scrap together. As we now look again at the M2 class leader, BS Plus competition, as, Venari Racing. This is the issue they had. I say the issue they had, the issue that was thrown at them by the SP9 Mustang. I think there was a little bit of netcode in there, actually, and, well, you're very lucky not to hit a wall at that point. Yeah, just about got away with that, only just, though. This means, this is a gap for the first time. Now, how is Sonnen behind the other EMM car suddenly? Julian Raymer is now ahead of Sonnen. And I wonder whether this gap is being manufactured now between the teammates. 1.5 seconds, and this is what you can do when you've got a top two like this. you can create a bit of a gap up in front of you if possible. We have had some more penalties coming in, by the way, in the last couple of moments, and one of them is for an EMM Esports team. 914, this team that are currently slowing down the others. We've got a 10-second time penalty for causing a collision with the Frozen Speed by Grin and Go Kart at number 901. And so that might be why, if I'm looking at this slightly cynically, might be why they're creating a gap of 10 seconds up in front of them to their teammates to allow them to run away.
Yeah, very, very interesting to see them implement that strategy straight off the bat. But again, put somebody else that's complained about this before in that situation. You know, you'd want to help your teammate. You'd want to use the fact you've got two cars in such a privileged position in this fight. And you can see that it's causing issues now with the two black and green cars just behind them as well. That, of course, being the Frozen Speed G&G car and the Carlar Esports Cup machine. And this quartet is massively close together now. And I'm not sure, actually, at this point, and I'll ask you openly on air, whether the time penalties get added at the end or in their pit stops.
Yeah, I'm wondering that as well, to be honest. We did, in seasons gone past, have a sort of pit lane sort of ballast penalty, if you like, for those who did well in previous rounds, just to keep things close and whatever, as Coanda and Grid and Go will now go on and get through. I think we'll just have to see, really, what happens in these first pit stops. Personally, I hope they're done during the pit stops, actually, but we will wait and see in a moment. As the gap grows to 2 seconds, Grid and Go and Coanda trying to get past EMM has actually maybe sabotaged them both here. And Julian Sonnen might still find himself behind Raymer at the end of this. He will do. This could start to become disastrous for Grid and Go and Coanda as the gap is extending to 2.5 seconds out front. We could be seeing the race right now in the Porsche Cup class. Here comes the front straight again. Sonnen has got to get through right now, for me, into second position. Otherwise, he's going to find this very, very difficult indeed. Henrik Augustin again saving a bucket load of fuel on the way towards turn 1, and Sonnen is not able to get through. I think we're seeing the race running away from Coanda and Grid and Go right now.
Yeah, it's certainly developing before our very eyes. You've got to mind out for that Mustang. I mean, at the end of the day, the Aston Martin doing everything it could do to stay out of the way on the right-hand side there, but that was very nearly contact between the few. Unfortunately, the Aston Martin staying just out of trouble on the right-hand side. But yeah, you're right. This race is getting away from some of these Porsches now, and they need to show the urgency to get back through, don't they? Get the track position again. This is the time where you need to change up your own approach and really gun it for track position over anything else now.
Yeah, absolutely. They had to take more risks there for me to try and get through on the EMM Esports team, because they're just seeing the race go up the road right now and they're not really doing anything about it. I mean, these are mostly the same drivers we saw driving for Share Esport in the same class last season, and they did this time and time again up against teams like Apex, who are not here this season, sadly, in neither this class nor the SB10 class that they won. But Grid and Go and Coanda were definitely a part of that. Grid and Go came second on 2 occasions to the Share Esports team. Coanda failed to finish on the podium on any occasion. They didn't quite have as strong of a team as they do this season, in my opinion. Anyway, Julian Sonnen, good driver to start off with here this season in 25-26. Veyron, so a much stronger lineup this year, in my opinion. But I think, you know, that they have to spend that lap and that run to the end of the Joshing, thinking a lot more about track position than they seemingly did there. They seem happy to stick behind, as if this is a normal situation, but this isn't a normal situation, and they're up against teammates who are coordinating against them at the moment, and they don't seem to quite have grasped that.
Yeah, it does seem like they can't quite get it into their heads that there's 2 of them and not just one of them. It's that they are seeing that EMM squad as just one big unit, despite it being 2 cars. The gap from the lead car to second place is now 2.6 seconds, and that gap is actually getting a little bit smaller at this point, but we'll watch as that develops. We'll watch Adam Isaacson in the Sim RC BMW M4, clearly the car that is the class of the field in the SP10s. I think the top 5 of them at the moment are all still BMW M4 GT4s. It's, in my opinion, a horrific looking car, but still a very fast one all the same. It's definitely the class with these 2 anyway. The Williams Esports car Williams Sim Racing car, as it's known now, didn't start on pole position, and it's just lost that lead again, actually. I think that's one of the first times we've seen Isaacson go back through, but this is part of them working together. A little bit of a sort of go on then from Escalainen as he moves over to the right-hand side a bit. Shows a bit of steering lock to him, and look, he's held that line enough to get back down the inside. Now, how's this going to sort itself out? 2 by 2 as they go up the hill, and no. He says, you will stay in second position, Mr. Yellow Sim RC car. And Isaacson obeys for now, but 2 wonderful-looking race cars both come into the pits, actually. Interesting. I was wondering how long it would be, and they decide now is the time.
This is why. Sorry. The Avia WNSE Motorsport car's got a meatball, not one of these two. That would have been weird. But yes, they're both in that. That's why they were battling, by the way, and that's why, as you said, that's the first time. You're right, it's the first time. That's why it's the first time, because there's no disadvantage to trying to overtake on the way into the pit lane. It just gives you a car length advantage over your rivals. So that's why they were fighting so hard there. As battle for third continues. The Aston Martin still imperious in a straight line compared to the Ford Mustang, which is a bit unusual. But Lexi Nassov doing the business at the moment in third ahead of Phil Denez. As the SP9s come to the end of lap number 6, they should go on for one more, but no more after that. Oh no, they indeed only go for 6 laps. So end of lap number 6 and they're in. Now, is that a limitation in their fuel tanks, or are they able to go to 7 and chose not to, because this race is expected to be 24 laps, which divides perfectly into 6, as you know. Victor de Jong stops early in the pit lane. You do indeed have to serve the penalty separately, and so his 5 seconds are served. He will likely be down to 4.
There's a drive-through penalty for car 297 has come through. Another penalty being added to the ever-growing list. And it's great to see, actually, and full disclosure to everyone, we've got a spreadsheet that we can see the race control messages and penalties going through, and it's awesome the level of detail they go into. It's so well run, is all of this, and it's wonderful to be a part of that and see it all going so smoothly. We've got this battle going on our screens now, the Porsche Cup cars, 992s, and right now it's the Coanda car that's really got a lot of weight on its shoulders here. Julian Sonnen, he's having to still hold off the 2 cars behind, the Frozen Speed and Carlisle machines, as we look there at the GT3 leaders coming out, and oh, yeah, hello.
So this is all very. This is going to take some explaining. this order now. So Marla Racing Team get out first. They're all behind Falcon, BS Competition, and Scuderia Volpe, who've decided to go on to do 7 laps. So you can go 7 laps. These guys chose not to. Phil Denez, though, took 1 less lap in terms of fuel than the others. Now, I'm not entirely sure how many laps the others have taken on in terms of fuel, but Denez has taken on 1 less than whatever that is. So Norby is next, then Nessov, then de Jong, because of that penalty, of course. But that's why Phil Denez is out front of those who have stopped so far. He's taken on 1 less lap of fuel compared to the others. There was, though, time for all of them to do a 4 tyre change, as they do fuel and tyres at the same time these days, and they all have done during that cycle there.
Very intriguing, very intriguing. And what's difficult as a commentator is always trying to figure out how that's going to level out in the long run now as well. That's what makes our life difficult in a commentary box, but it's what also makes it very entertaining, is the fact that we have this mix-up of the order, and that sort of starts the next phase of the race. But indeed, on the road at the moment is Sindre Setsas, Jaden Conright and George Karakoulas that have carried on. Falcon, BS Plus and Scuderia Volpe, they have all done 1 lap extra. But it's mad to see, isn't it, really, that Phil Dennis is only 7 seconds behind the car in 3rd position, despite already doing a pit stop. They just spread out a lot around here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. But we look there, was that the EMM car? No, oh no, the EMM car has indeed got now the Frozen Speed car behind. So Coanda Esports losing another place on the road to Julian Sonnen there. Apologies, my timing screen had frozen for a minute. And yeah, there has been a position change.
Yeah, something weird's gone on here. Because couldn't go and past Coanda, but they're all quite a long way behind EMM Esports and still haven't overtaken them, and they're not going to do it again. Well, this gap grows to 3 seconds, and their disadvantage over 905 continues to become very apparent. Now, the stops are going to take a while to come in for these guys. It does happen infrequently compared to the other categories. 2 pit stops in the Porsche Cup class. Here comes Sonnen again. He's not going to go down the inside, but this is the second lap now where they've been stuck behind the EMM Esports teammates, and yeah, it's turning into a bit of a disaster for them. You know, you might be wondering why I'm talking about 3 seconds, as if it's such a big gap, but when the gaps between these drivers are so small, it does turn into something really substantial.
Yeah, it can absolutely blow up like that, can't it? That's the thing. But it looks like, I mean, based on the potential incident reports and so on, there was a collision at some point between the 905 and the 918 cars. So that may have been the initial change of positions. But yeah, the Grid and Go Esports machine now in front, and that's another blow to the Coanda progress forward. It's exactly what EMM want to see, because at this point, the Grid and Go car might not seem like as much of a threat because of the fact that they've been sat further back in that group, and they may see them as, well, like I say, less of a threat, I suppose, because they haven't been willing to push forward as much as we'd seen from Coanda. It certainly could work out in a very interesting manner, but EMM definitely have the race by the Frankfurters at the moment, as we see the 2 SP10 M2s together. That's the Nürburgring Esports car with Lion GP next to them, and the Lion car, well, big gap down the inside. Thank you, they'll take that, they say. And as they head up the hill now to go side by side through the Klostertal, it's going to be quite a scary moment, but no, not even side by side all the way up the hill.
No, and that's one of the other positions really around the field. You can around the circuit, sorry, you can actually make these overtakes on that run up towards the Muck-Curve, which is the left-hander you finally have to slow down a little bit for. Oh, a bit deep though. Didn't get away with that. Coming into the start tracker, that's not quite a sort of big enough place for you to get through there. So Nürburgring Esports will just have to hang back. These guys, because fresh out the pit lane. Not too many strategy games seemingly going on in SP10, I don't think. Williams Sim Racing still in front of Sim RC at the front of this field. And the George Karkulov's driven, it's going to be a Volpic car, comes steaming through on them. These SB10s being lapped for the first time. SB9s avoiding traffic by pitting in, seemingly, or at least those guys who pitted after 6 laps, that seems to be what they were avoiding.
Yeah, actually, it's a good thing to think of, isn't it? You know, it's not just traffic in your own class, but it's a slower class as well. And we'd already seen a prime example of how bad it is to catch them in the wrong point for both classes as well. You know, it was to the detriment of each of them. We have the lead battle in the M2 class on screen right now. BS Plus competition ahead of the Scherer Esports M2 team. And these guys, like we've said, quite far away from the rest of that field right now. It's interesting, we've got a class of the field in 2 classes basically being dominated by BMWs, one more so than the other because it's only BMWs, but still right now in the SP10s, Williams Sim Racing and Sim RC really running away with it. It'd be, well, hard-pressed to bet against them at this point. Nearly an hour into the race at this stage though, Ewan. I can't believe it's flown by that quickly, but as is having fun on the Nordschleife, I guess.
Yeah, well, absolutely. These races always do fly by very quickly. A slightly reduced length compared to the real world things that are mostly 4 hours long, with a couple of longer exceptions. This race slightly shorter than that, but they do go on by very quickly, and they do open up some strategy options as well, because they are an unusual length. These are the 2 leaders, meantime. Falcon Sim Racing and BS Plus competition running 1 and 2. The reigning champions running in 2nd position as things stand. They will surely be coming into pit lane at the end of this lap, you'd imagine. 7 laps should be the limit, just short of an hour, which means they will end up making 3 pit stops here today as expected. And here comes Sindre Setsas, who did have his black flag cleared earlier on, by the way.
Yeah.
An aggressive start, but has not had the pace really to keep up with the leaders so far.
Interesting to see as well just how sharp that pit lane entry is as well. It's very scary to run at such high speed against a barrier that sticks out like that. I'm sure we've all seen the clip of the BMW M4 with the bonnet up that's bonked into the end of it. Luckily at very slow speed, but it was quite the hilarious moment, to say the least. It's nice to see a Mercedes in the field. I'll always wax lyrical about the Mercedes and how the fact that it's a car that, for me, is a staple of GT3 racing and has been since the days of having the SLSs in class. Any GT3 race without a Mercedes in it is not right in my eyes, but it seems like it's quite the difficult car to keep an eye on and keep under wraps, let's say. And yeah, unfortunately, it's faded into insignificance against the likes of the BMWs, the Mustangs, and well, even the Audis have done the same, actually, in recent years. The Audi R8 is a car that you don't really see on iRacing, unfortunately, in class anymore. And whether it's difficult to drive or not, I imagine it's still as difficult to drive as the original Audi R8 that came to iRacing that killed me at many events. and even sprint races as well. Very, very difficult car to drive, but that's mid-engined cars for you. A lot of them here front-engined, of course. The Mustang, the BMW, the Mercedes, the likes of the Porsche, of course, is mid-engined, but it's always a bit more of a stable platform, isn't it, the mid-engined Porsches? Yeah. They've moved forward gradually, haven't they, those engines?
Slowly, yeah, slowly, but they have become a little bit more stable as a result. And yeah, it's always great to see a different manufacturer on the board as Vulcan Sim Racing make their way out onto the circuit. Once again, they're behind their teammates, in fact, in the SP10 class. We're coming up to an hour complete in the new DNLS season. Back in a moment.
Dein eigenes Motorsporterlebnis nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de.
Liebe Fans,
Lovely fans.
besucht uns auf unseren Social-Media-Kanälen,
Follow us.
Auf Facebook, Instagram.
YouTube und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der NLS.
Welcome back to the Nürburgring, where we've got quite a battle in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring. EMM Esports finally displaced from their top two. They're 1 and 2. They've been running for some time. Julian Sonnen now in second position, but the damage may have been done in this class. Nearly 4 seconds out front is car 905 after just an hour of racing in the new season. And that's only because they've all had to come down pit lane. Now, it should be normally just 2 stops for these Porsche Cup cars in one race around here, but they've come in short of an hour here. Maybe they will end up needing a splash and dash a little bit later on. The interest, of course, as well, as always in this class, will be about how many tyres they take, because they do not change them at the same time as the fuel goes in to these cars, which is a difference to all of the other categories in this championship. In SP9, we've currently got the Marla Racing team leading the way by 4 seconds over Cesar Esport. In the M2s, it's the same battle. Fierce competition involved in this one with Scherer Esport, who won the class that was in its place, in the BMW M2's place last season. The Renault Clios were the SP3 class, as it was called then. M2 as it is now. Fierce competition leading the way there. Coming up to exactly an hour completed in this race now. So 2 hours to go in the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie 25-26 opener. The opening 3-hour race. In the exit of the pit lane, the EMM Esports team have stayed out in front. They're nearly 4 seconds in front of Frozen Spear by Grin and Go, who, as we predicted, did have a slightly shorter fuel fill. And that has given them second place. Don't forget the other EMM Esports team had a 10-second time penalty to serve during this pit stop. That was just out a while ago for causing a collision with that number 901 car that is now in second. So they're no longer involved in that group. They're beginning the chase without disruption from their teammates. They're beginning the chase of that EMM Esports number 905 team. So will be an interesting one to watch there. Williams Sim Racing leading in SB10 as an hour is completed as well. A massive gap they've got over Sim RC. We'll try and figure out why that is in the next few moments. Myself, Ian Deliri, Chas Draycock, bringing you the first round of this season, and it's been an exciting one so far, Chas, as you expect to see from the Nürburgring. And this race only just getting started. Still a lot to figure out here, and especially in SB9 at the front of the field, some different strategies being employed that have got to work themselves out as well. Yeah, definitely. There's a lot more moving parts and elements to a race like this than just out-and-out sprint racing, and that's what we've seen in waves now, is the fact that these different elements come to life as the race develops. You know, you get different pit stops, you get different amounts of traffic on different parts of the circuit, and it's always exciting because we now need to think about the fact that not only do we get the SP9 cars lapping everything, but of course we get the Porsche Cup cars lapping the SP10s, we get SP10s lapping the M2s. It all cascades into constant cars on track rather than just 4 different groups and their individual classes. So yeah, it's going to be a really exciting this final 2 hours, so to speak, but we're not even halfway through the race yet. You all know what I mean, though. It's countdown from the very beginning of the race, and well, I think that there's a lot more development still to come. And the thing is as well, even as commentators, we'll always admit that there's probably storylines unfolding that haven't quite caught our attention just yet. You know, things can change very quickly in these races. Yeah, and these storylines can develop over the course of the day as well. This is only 1 hour of 12 indeed of this season. The next 3-hour race, by the way, comes to you in a fortnight's time. We'll be live same time, same place as you found us this evening, or this afternoon, depending on where you are in the world, or this morning, indeed. It will be the second of our 3-hour races in a fortnight, and then a bit of a break for the Christmas period. Back afterwards in February for the second half of this season. Onto the Dottinger again, and the number 1 BS competition car will not, by the looks of things, be able to get on terms with the Mercedes just in front. I think Tom Callender still driving that Mercedes in front, preventing the reigning champions from getting up past the Mercedes. They won last season despite missing out completely on points in the final race. Need to finish in the top 8 in this series to score points, which is quite constraining in SB9, to be fair to them, but even so, after not finishing outside the top 2 for the rest of the season, it was a bit of a surprise, and hopefully they haven't taken this momentum into this season, because at the moment they look like they're struggling, I've got to say, the reigning champions. Yeah, they're not really setting the world alight, are they, as we expected them to as defending champions. You'd very often expect them to be right at the front and, you know, proving that point from day dot, but they haven't quite been able to get right up there at this set stage. Still, we look back from an M2, funnily enough, behind is an M2, and there's a cheeky little Aston Martin poking its nose out, and this is what I was just alluding to a minute or two ago. We've got the S10 cars lapping SP10s while SP10s lap the M2s. It is a bit of a messy time. It's the Seeback Porsche that is trying to defend at the moment from, I believe, the Nürburgring Esports Aston Martin that is right up behind it, and yeah, they're having their own battle, and you can see the urgent strobe lights and flashes from the front of the Porsche. The Aston backs out. Oh no, dearie me. Contact between the Porsche and the BMW, and well, I won't lie, that made me jump more than the BMW probably, but goodness me, a big hit into the side of them from the Porsche, and well, that's affected their battle, and that's not what you want to see. No, certainly not. And the BMW may well have a little bit of damage as a result of that as well. I think they might have gotten away with it, but not easily. I think it's one of those classic moments, isn't it, through SP9 and M2 traffic. Well, any sort of faster traffic really on those M2s, that they're a little bit impatient at times, quite a lot of times indeed.
Yeah, most of the time.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. And if you're an M2, you've really got to watch out for it. But as I said earlier, this is why I wouldn't like to be a slower class driver, because you've just got no control over your destiny sometimes. That can happen, and it's, you know, not really your fault, but you're the one still with the damage.
Well, I tell you what, it's a nice change from the real world, isn't it? And on public roads, of the BMW drivers overtaking people erratically and sitting right up their backsides. It makes a nice change to see it the other way around in the motorsport and sim racing world, doesn't it, I guess?
That is true.
It's a good way. I can say that because I have a BMW, so I'm allowed to.
Oh, you are that person. I'm
one of the well-behaved ones. I have indicators on mine. They're a £5 option, but I have them.
Still, it's interesting to see it go that way around, I guess, as a bit of a stereotype. Still, Porsche's fighting together. We've not seen much of the Smurless racing car, which is a shame because it's a beautiful looking machine. It's got the pole promotion esports car behind. Looks like, I'm not sure if you remember the Year One racing team, Ewan, but it looks very similar to their colour scheme with the Dayglow yellow and the sort of magenta highlights. But I very much like this yellow and blue Smurless racing car. Yellow and blue always a striking combination, harking back to my childhood watching the Renault Lagunas in the British Touring Car Championship. But yeah, it looks even better on this Porsche. Then again, the Porsche 992 always has been a very beautiful racing car and continues to run at a good pace in front of its counterpart. There's another one. Is that the EMM car just behind them in the background? It will be, won't it? The second of them, trying to regain some ground after earlier. I'm happy to say that my timing screen has started to come back to life. More and more cars are appearing on the screen, but just as they sort of filter through across the start-finish line. So hopefully, timing will completely restart, and yeah, we'll be all right. Hopefully not restart, because we don't want to go all the way back to the start of the race, because I'm intrigued as to where we're up to now. Still, I'll stop wax lyrical about stuff that people can't see. And we'll talk about the Porsches that are on screen. Two very striking liveries, one a lot more subtle than the other, despite the fact it's bright yellow. And these two now are battling over 5th and 6th positions. Interestingly, though, one of them an AM car, one of them a Pro car, as I've been taught by the wonderful Ewan.
Yeah.
I'm learning.
Oh, wow. That was a dive down the inside.
And time for an interview.
Having an interview on the German stream, by the way. So if you can speak German, then go over to there. But yeah, that was a change for 5th place. We can tell you, Luis Glanier getting past Nicholas Last. And Glanier, don't forget, was that one who was spun round at turn 3 on the opening lap of the race in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring. And there you can see Julian Sonnen also just in front of Enrico Augustin. Not many tyre changes going on in the Porsche Cup class so far, but the only real change, as he commented, Julian Reimer is now down to 7th as a result of his penalty. Edin Geraika not giving up, though. I thought Luca Alpert's lead might be difficult to bring back, but it is down to 2 seconds.
Yeah, he's certainly turning it around at this point. And it's been great to see that, actually, by Geraika, because at the end of the day, they were, as I described before, they were sat in that battle in 4th position in that queue, and they weren't really in a position to do a lot. They weren't able to show us their true speed. They weren't able to show us just how well, you could say they had frozen speed, couldn't you? But they couldn't really show us their true potential because they were so stuck behind the other drivers and held back by them almost. Now that they're free, he's absolutely on it. He really is moving. And even now the gap has come down. It's 1.7 seconds between the pair of them. As in the 4th place car, the Carlar Esports Cup machine, Hendrik Augustin. Something has happened to the EMM Esports car, though, to drop them that far down, surely. And it can't have been... It was it a pit stop?
They served their penalty. They just served their penalty.
Yeah.
So that's why they've lost those 10 seconds. In fact, they're closer to the leader than they really should be, I think.
Yeah, that's why I was confused by it.
Yeah.
They seem so close.
Yeah, if you take the 10 seconds they had as a penalty away, then you only get 2 seconds behind, which is smaller than the gap they had before. But they might have had a slightly... so they had a slightly shorter stop to counteract it. So that's why that makes a bit more sense. As they're continuing on a tear here. trying to make up positions. This is on Lewis Glanier now. These two are battling for a legitimate position. They weren't that far apart in qualifying, these two. But Raymer will drive right round the outside there, coming through Schredenkreuz and down in towards Arenberg. And that is another top 5 for EMM Esports. Last season, when these drivers were all for Scherer Esports, this car, the second car of the two, never finished outside the top 5, but they always supported the leading car in some way. And they've just got back to 5th position again. I wonder whether we're seeing a familiar pattern emerging at the start of the new season as well.
Hey, traditions, eh? Never change them in motorsport. But yeah, you're absolutely right. It's great to see that despite the change of livery and the change of team name, the drivers are still showing similar behaviour. Now we look here at the Sim RC Mustang. This machine currently driven by Marvin Strahl, running in 12th position. And the 13 car just moving past some of the SP10s, the GT4 categorised race cars. One of the Mercedes just sat in front of them there, car 177, I think. Currently, is it 171, that one? Is that the Eiffel Racing GT2? Yes, it is. It's the Eiffel Racing GTU car. Clearly the font is quite jarring on them. Although no, that says 177 on the side. I wonder, right, I'm going to correct myself live on air here, because we've had some of them, despite their livery showing 177, that's part of the livery. It's not the stamped number from iRacing. So we know that some of them are running the wrong number. That was the first penalties to come through today. Yes, it's the number 10. So the number 10 is actually wearing 177 on the livery. So that is the SRC Commerce Esport car.
Correct.
And this behind it is the 172. Right. I got there. Sorry.
No, that's fine. This is why there will be penalties for doing it for a second time in this series, because it is confusing for everybody.
Can I interrupt you again and just mention that when people ask me about the difficulty between sim racing and real world commentary, if you were to look out the window and see that car, it is the number that it is in real life.
Yes.
Whereas in the sim, we could have, you know, a different number written on the side of the car, or it could be a different colour from one of us to the next. In sim racing, it's the additional challenge of, well, whether it is the number you see it as, or whether it truly is that colour or not. It's quite interesting.
No, it's one of the reasons I haven't done many real-world broadcasts at all, but I do find it easier, actually, in some ways.
Yeah, because what you see is what you get.
Yeah. Even though I may have, in sim racing, I might have even, driven the exact same conditions and maybe even have more first-hand experience. It's still easier because of these kind of things that, as you say, don't happen. Yeah. Because you can believe your own eyes, if you like, when you're actually somewhere, which very much helps. But
one of the more difficult things as well is the fact that there's no logistical challenges of getting cameras everywhere on a sim racing circuit as well, so you have no excuse to miss anything.
Yeah. Don't forget in a place like this, don't forget in the real world as well. I mean, in the real world, it is very difficult, even in the very well-funded 24-hour race here, that probably is the best broadcast as far as the camera work and whatever is concerned. Still, it's very hard to capture every corner in the way that we do here. So, there's... We're very privileged in sim racing to watch races around here, because we get even more action, even more bang for your buck than maybe what you do in the real world.
100%. Nicely said. And we hope you're all enjoying that bang for buck as well right now, everybody. We're having a really good time up here in the commentary box as part of the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken Series. Currently riding on board with the reigning champions BS Plus competition. Jaden Cartwright behind the wheel, chasing down the Mercedes just in front of him. That Mercedes being driven by Tom Callender, and it's the EWJ Bohrmaschinen 49 car. And you can hear the turbo flutters and whistles from the BMW's big single turbocharged inline 6 up front. It makes a better noise than a better visual prospect. And down the hill they go through the foxhole. Such a tricky place to follow a car, because if they have some sort of issue through here, or just a slight moment offline, it's so difficult to still get your car controlled and slowed down in, a stable manner. You can definitely tell there's a pace difference between these two at this present moment, Ewan.
Yeah, you can. And you'd expect so as well once you see the two cars and see the two drivers in line there. But it's part of the tactics of this event. Jaden Cartwright has taken on the longest pit stop of anybody inside the top 8. And That's why he's lost that position to the 49 Mercedes. And it's one of the problems with having a slightly longer first stop. You might think, well, I'm getting lots of fuel in now, I'm getting a long stop out the way first, so I don't have to do it later. But actually what you can end up doing is giving yourself the opposite of track position, giving yourself more overtakes to do. And around here, you don't always want to do that. It's very possible to make your moves in the maybe the run up to the mud curve through Kesselsen and whatever, or maybe on the Doskenhohe at the end of the lap, but you're still going to make the move, and he might even try into Exmuller here if he wants to capitalise on a mistake. No. Again, this BMW is struggling at the moment to get past, and Comright for his race has got to do it quickly.
Yeah, definitely. He has to try it. He's not managed to scare it out of the way with the very ugly front end on that M4 yet. But the Mercedes, I mean, it's a wide old car. I'm not sure how many of them everybody's seen in real life, but flipping heck, it's a wide old boat. Is that Merc? Still doesn't quite look as wide in the sim as the BMW does right now. Side by side, we have here in the BMW M2s as well, and in the Porsche Cup cars. You can see the 914 machine still holding on to that 5th place, but really having to fight for it here against Louis Glanier. And the two Pro and Am drivers both really getting the gloves off. More pairings as well as the M2s scrap away. This is the battle a few positions further back. That, I think, was the 278 car, the Smiller Esports Red car. As clearly I'm wrong. I'll get there eventually, and it's probably a blessing for everybody that I'm only doing one round, because then by the end of this race I'll know who some of them are. But yeah, it's the, I can't even quite pick out the number. My feed has gone to, no, it's the 278. I had it right. It's just the fact that it said Smiller Esports Red and there's not anything red on it is what confused me.
Don't get started on that.
I just triggered something, didn't I?
I hate that as well, Ewan. We'll talk about that in the last hour when we've got nothing else to talk about.
It's a little bit irritating, but yeah, I don't mind them doing it. Just put some more red on the car would be nice. But anyway,
not a white and blue car.
Yeah.
What are we going to call it? Red.
And the other one, by the way, same livery, green.
Oh, it's not even blue.
Yep.
Oh Lord.
So there you go. Not ideal at all. But anyway, thankfully, just one of these two in the race. BS Competition do it quite well, actually. Sometimes it makes you wonder, are they really on the same team? But Marla Racing Team is under the BS Plus umbrella, as it were. But they're a completely different livery. Completely, I think that's probably the better way of doing it, if you like. And that helps us distinguish a little bit.
It wouldn't surprise me if there was a BS Competition umbrella. They like their merch, don't they?
That is very true. That is very true.
I'd buy one. It'd look great.
Yeah. They do. A very well-run team, actually. I was at this Sim Expo maybe a month ago or something, and they had their own stand there. Garrett Lowe with his stock car was there as well. That's got a BS livery on it as well. So yeah, they're all over the place at the moment. Very sort of well-run marketing and media sort of thing there.
Yeah, their image is awesome, isn't it?
Yes, image is what the word I'm searching for there. And yeah, very well run in that aspect, which makes us talk about them like we are doing now. And so there you go. That's how it's a success.
Absolutely is, and not just a success visually and image-wise, but pace as well. You know, they're reigning champions for a reason. They smashed this series last time out, and they're hoping to do the same again here. But at the moment, they're fading into the background a little bit in the SP9 class, leading the way in the BMW M2s with Nils Koch behind the wheel. Leon is not too close at the moment, 3 seconds back, but yeah, the BS Competition team hoping for more in the SP9s at present, and this is the battle that they are currently in, chasing down that what they're going to call pesky Mercedes, the EWJ car. It's definitely easier to say than Baummaschinen, and they are running 6th right now. And here comes the BMW. This might be the chance now, Ewan. Maybe.
He's quite a long way back. Oh, is he going to be brave? Oh. Tapped on the brakes there just as he knew that was going to result in disaster. He's got a better run here, though. He should do anyway. At late apex, well, is it really a good run? He was in the right position, but no. Tom Calder does very well from a sort of adverse position there out of the final corner to actually get onto the front straight decently. And here comes BS Competition, nowhere near close enough. So yeah, you start to really question this strategy now when you look at this BMW. You think not even quick enough compared to the Mercedes in a straight line to actually make up positions, should they have employed a strategy that has given them less track position than maybe a shorter fill in that stint would have done? Down the inside, was there a bit of a touch there? Not sure, but Conright knows the importance of this overtake. He almost looked like he was going to let them have that again through turn 4. Wonder whether he felt maybe slightly at fault due to contact there. He'll have another dive. No way through here at the moment. Another bit of contact through the hairpin.
Well, just as I do many times a year at this time of year especially, he's opened the door on calendar as he tries to go side by side through the next corner, and he's still not got anywhere to go. He's making that Mercedes wider than it actually is around the outside of the BMW, and he stays in front, does Tom Callender. Fair play to him, shuts that calendar door on him. Have one of them, he says. God, there's no chocolate in the post for Jaden Conright right now. He's having to absolutely throw that BMW at him, and it's still not enough.
Still not a chat. Oh, and again, he looks down the inside as they come onto the Nordschleife itself, and just a hint of a look again from Conright, but not able to. And again, if he's struggling this much to make an overtake, should he really have pit to put himself behind a Mercedes like this? I don't think so. This is an unusual tactical and strategical error for a Pierce competition, who clearly are quicker than the Mercedes they find themselves behind right now, but are continuing to be slowed down by them. Speaking of which, by the way, the gap in the Porsche Cup class again is starting to grow to nearly 6 seconds, in fact. Edin Gureike was bringing it down to as low as 2 at one stage, but now Stonen's caught him up, and they are, right together here, which is not good news for them. It means they're getting further away from the leader.
Yeah, they certainly are. It's developing now, isn't it? We had a bit in the first hour, in the first stint, so to speak, where we had a few groups and battles going on, and it was very interesting, still great to watch, but there wasn't much development in terms of the bigger picture. Now we're getting a bit more of a hefty storyline coming along here, and it's becoming clearer and clearer as this race progresses. The 914 back on screen, 5th position for them. They've now gotten away from the pole promotion esports car. Louis Glanier not able to stay with them, and well, the ultimate pace of this machine now on show. Its teammate car of Luca Alpert was the one that took pole position, but 914 obviously doing a great job of being near the front of the grid and the field from the very beginning. It's because of a penalty that we see them back here in 5th place, some 10 seconds off the class leader, but that's not a massive amount really when you think about the fact that we're nearly 90 minutes and halfway through this race. They were fighting this car a lot earlier on. The Commander Esports 918 of Julian Sonen, he's had a bit of a busy race, hasn't he, actually, Ewan? He's been really bouncing around this top 5 in the Porsches, and he's still got a long way yet to go.
Yeah, he has. And we'll be getting out the car, you'd imagine, at this next pit stop, since there was no driver change first time round. Elliot Veyron should bring that car to the end of the day, and that will happen in this next pit stop, which really is open any time from now, to be honest, the pit stop window, because it won't be their last stop of the day, you wouldn't imagine, given where they pit first time round. Here comes Sonnen into the slipstream and straight through here. In the slipstream, close enough for the first time since he caught up, really. And he's not going to waste any more laps. Through he goes straight away into 2nd position. And now we'll see whether the EMM Esports car at the front is going to be under any real more pressure, because, well, Frozen Speed by Grin and Go were there. They really didn't come under much.
No, they'd started to chip away at their lead, hadn't they? But it didn't seem like the EMM car was at all phased, and they just sort of responded and said, all right, then fine. Yeah, we'll go now. We'll put the foot down. And it seemed like they were holding a little bit back at some point, actually, did EMM. Let's not forget that was the car that was on pole position as well. So on paper, the quickest in qualifying and obviously the quickest in race. Now, the battle is developing further here as well, because Carlar Esports are not getting away from the EMM car behind them either. So even now, despite the fact they're in 1st and 5th in class, the EMM team are utilising the fact they've got 2 cars and they're on everybody's radars. Speaking of on the radars, was leading the race earlier, the HRT Esports by Coanda Mustang, all over the back of the Aston Martin Vantage now. And, well, Mitchell de Jong is certainly putting Alexei Nesov under pressure. He gained a lot of time out of the carousel. Up the hill they go to one of my very favourite sections of the circuit. As you come out here, then through Wipperman, down the Eschbach, and then through Brunchen at the bottom of the hill, it is just joyous. the cars dance this way and that way, kiss a curb on the left, kiss a curb on the right, straighten up for a moment, take another right again, over the crest of the hill, then you've got to get hard on the brakes, make sure the car is nicely set up for the adverse camber of the next few corners, and then the famous YouTube corner, of course, as you go through the right-hander. Make sure you don't go off there, otherwise it'll be a viral hit in a week. And, well, I tell you, these guys, so professional through that sector there, not overdoing it, not underdoing it, just walking the line very beautifully.
Yeah, exactly. Minimum push without risk used to be the phrase.
Yeah.
Sort of an oxymoron, isn't it, really? But, but it's quite good, really. Nesov, though, is going to be an interesting position here. When Phil Denez was right behind him, he couldn't get through for love nor money, even in the Mustang. Now, I do wonder whether that is going to turn out to be a setup thing for the Marler Racing team, or is De Jong also going to struggle, in which case we could see quite a fight on our hands here.
Yeah, we could. I think it's down to the different approaches, I guess, maybe even down to setup as well, because if Mitchell de Jong has a car that is a little bit more light on wing, let's say, that's a little bit more slippery in a straight line, then he could have that straight line advantage with the slipstream helping him out. But that Nürburgring Esports Aston Martin in front, visually the wings don't change, by the way, based on what they're running, so that's why the Mustang looks so, the Aston Martin, I've done that a lot, why it looks so high downforce. It's got a massive old chunky wing on it as that Aston Martin, and I love it. I think it looks fantastic. But now, De Jong, well, he's not actually had a long time in the slipstream to build up that overspeed.
No.
Now they're at a bit of a dead heat. He's just edging in front here, and you can see the Mustang moving to the left. And the reason he's doing that is he's not giving the side draft to himself or De Jong. Now they might move back together. De Jong knows he needs that side draft now, and look at the Aston stretch its legs. He's on the inside as well, which of course gives him a slight advantage, but it really does have the top end over that Mustang, and yeah, De Jong has to concede and slot back in.
Well, that is very telling. It wasn't down to the Marler Racing team setup. I'd be surprised if there was massive differences, to be honest. So, so I'm not shocked about that part, but still trying to get over the shock of the Aston Martin being so strong in a straight line compared to the Mustang. And now De Jong has really got to think about this as actually Marler Racing team, while we're talking about them, are in the pit lane. So it seems like this is going to be the last lap of this latest stint for these guys, because they should have one more lap only than what Phil Denez does. And therefore, the pain for De Jong won't last too long. But he's got to find a different way through. Not on the Dottinger, instead in the Mercedes arena. Down the inside he goes. Does he clear the Aston Martin of Alexei Nesov into turn 4? He does. And Mitchell de Jong is into second. The gap's 7.5 seconds to Chez Esport at the front of the field. So that's quite a large disadvantage, but at least he hasn't spent any longer stuck behind Alexei Nesov.
Yeah, that was the time he needed to make that move, and you could just see it. He was so cool, calm and collected, as Mitchell de Jong always has been. And, well, he's just breezed through down the inside. You could see his eyes dancing around as he checked every single corner of his vision for that Aston Martin, just in case it wasn't going his way. And now it'll be interesting to see whether he can break away or whether the slipstream on any part of this circuit can keep Nesov in check here. But that was definitely the right moment and the right time for Mitchell de Jong to get that done. Now he's got a bit of clean air in front of him. I'm just going to try and have a look on the track map and see. Oh, he's got a long time before any other car is anywhere near him. The next car on track in front of him is an SP9 car number 26, which is the race leader. So, yeah, he has got a huge amount of clear air to drive into as we go back to this battle, the grid and go machine in the Porsche class, currently running third, chasing down Julian Sonen. Julian got the position on the previous lap, and now, well, grid and go hasn't disappeared, has he? He's not grid and gone.
No, he's just a little bit down on the leaders as well. They're just a little bit closer to the leaders. So, again, I think this is too much of a big gap to actually see them again in this race, to be honest. But they have just noticeably got this a little bit closer now, 5.5 seconds to EMM Esports out front. And these guys, by the way, are about to be in traffic all over again. In fact, for the first time, lapping the SB10s. Now, I wonder whether that has been a part of Williams Sim Racing's strategy here, because they're just starting their second lap out there on the Nordschleife right now, after making their second pit stop of the day already. Ito Eskalainen came out with a big lead over Sim RC because of that, but now they've already made their next stop. I wonder whether that was to just help some of the Porsche Cup cars go through on them while they were in the pit lane and avoid a lot of traffic all over again.
Yeah, it's interesting how that works both ways as well, isn't it, really? With some of the SP9s coming in to avoid getting caught up behind some of the slower classes, some of the quote-unquote slower classes come in to make sure they don't lose time by being lapped. That's a really interesting take, actually. And I think that it's probably the right time to do it for them. So we'll see how it works out in the long run. They're currently running in 5th place, but the rest of them now coming in ahead of them. Sim RC, Lion GP, Falcon and Eiffel Racing GTU all into the pit lane as it stands. We ride on board now with Adrian Gericke in the Frozen Speed by Grid & Go esports car. Wasn't even looking there as he went through the Stefan Belloff S. He's looking at his right-hand screen, looking at the timing. He looks like he's about to fall asleep. He's the most chilled driver I've ever seen. And you can see by the way that the wheel is moving around as well. You can see how heavy the force feedback is. Definitely shouldn't be chilled right now. It looks like he should hang on for dear life.
That's what these professionals are like, isn't it? They're just focused, laser focused, and very, very relaxed.
What upsets me about that, though, is the fact that he'd probably, some of these drivers, they would have a stone-cold expression like that. They'd win a race and not change their facial expression.
Yeah.
That's the bit that upsets me, is winning doesn't seem to faze them either.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Oh, and he's just fiddling around with something there on the right-hand side.
Yeah.
He's in the slipstream. He's actually gaining quite quickly here. He needs to look at the screen again.
He's not even looking.
I know. He needs to look at the screen quickly before he crashes into the back of Julian Sonnen here, and he won't try and overtake him. As has been the standard procedure, actually, from Adrian Gericke so far in the first 90 minutes, which, by the way, we've already crossed. He's staying behind again here, and he's going to be in 3rd for the foreseeable, and imagine, for the rest of this stint. Now, coming towards the end of another lap also were the SB9s, and at the end of this one, Norby Kish should be in, so should Mitchell de Jong and Alexei Nesov at least. They're the other 3 contenders, along with Phil Denez, who's already been in, now swapped for Kai Kashubi in the number 2 Marler Racing Team car, who has pitted for long enough to be able to do 7 laps on this next stint. So not sure why they've done 5 and 12 as opposed to 6 and 6. It's got them to the same position. But anyway, that's what they've decided to do, and expects Marler Racing Team to now no longer be in the race lead after this round of pit stops from Norby Kish kicking off in a few moments.
A bit late in the race to notice that there's a friend of mine racing in it, isn't it? Patrick Jasinski in the GHD motorsport car. Unfortunately, I've noticed him because he's got a meatball flag. But he's one of the announcers for the Fan TV at the Truck Grand Prix that happens every year at the Nürburgring, and he works very closely with us on our broadcasts for that. And he's an absolutely wonderful man, very funny, very energetic, and very good at what he does as well. He actually does a lot of his own sim racing competitions, I'm pretty sure, with GHD. And yeah, he's out there in the field right now. I wasn't aware that he was in this competition at this level, so hats off to him. But, well, not hats off at the moment because he's meatballed it, so he's stuffed it somewhere. But yeah, sorry, personal thing there, just to notice that, yeah, good old mate of mine. But then again, we both spend long enough around a lot of these drivers and in the same sort of world as them that you're gonna recognise people at some point, aren't you?
The weird thing is when people recognise you who you don't know who they are.
Oh, I'm not that famous, you and flipping out.
No, but not in that sense. I mean, drivers who I don't know who they are. You know, people who who I do know, but I don't know what they look like or sound like.
One of the strangest ones of those is obviously we spend a lot of time online, and people have profile pictures and stuff that isn't necessarily a picture of them. I was once hosting an event where I was on stage doing some interviews with some real-world drivers and so on. Came off stage and somebody walked up to me with the whole, "Hiya Chaz, how are you?" And I couldn't help but say, "Who are you?" because I had no idea who this person was. I'd never seen a picture of them, and they expected me to know who they were. But yeah, it was it goes both ways in quite a funny manner, actually. And I always say that, you know, now to have drivers come up to me and speak to me, you know, 8-year-old me would be screaming at the opportunity to talk to a racing driver, let alone have them come up and talk to me. It's a wonderful position to be in. But so is first place, which is where the Cesar Esport team is. Car 26 just about to come over the hill very gracefully. It's like the sound of music. Down the hill he goes. And, well, Norbert Kish should be into the pits this time round to hand the car over to his teammate, I'm pretty sure. And David Toth, well, he's not going to be any slouch, is he, really, Ewan?
No, absolutely. And 6 seconds is going to be their advantage as they come in. Mitchell de Jong has managed to extend about 2 seconds over Alexei Nesov. Then Lewis Woods for Falcon Sim Racing in 4th place. BS Competition finally up to 5th after getting past the EWJ Parmerschoenen team. They should be able to go on for at least another lap, if not 2. Marlow Racing Team then next, and then Stint 1 KRS Motorsport. That's your top 8 at the moment. Falcon do indeed go on another one as well, as they should do. BS Plus should do as well. But the number 2 car is going to be very interesting to see where it comes out as we look at the current standings on the bottom of the screen. Take a bit more of an in-depth look in the SB9 class. Where is that number 2 car, and where is it going to be in relation to the HRT Esports and the CESA Esports teams, who are both on the pit lane now? Mitchell de Jong getting those 4 tyres changed, and he'll be getting out, actually, of that car as well, you'd imagine. Lewis Berlicki will be driving that car to the end against David Toth, as you say, getting into that car now. 34 seconds of a pit stop for him, and he's back out there onto the circuit again. Marlow Racing Team, though, are in front of only Berlicki. They're not in front of David Toth quite. It's close, but they're not quite in front. Just run through the order in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring as well, where Luca Alpert is still leading by 5.5 seconds. It's slightly coming down to Julian Sonnen, but only by 1/10 of a second last lap. He's going to need to close by a lot quicker than that if he's going to get there by the end of the day. Edin Gareca is then in 3rd place, and Julian Reimer, who's got Hendrik Augustin right behind him, the AM leader. Pole Promotion Esports then next, Hedda Smirlis Racing and the other Scherer Esport Cup 1 car in 8th place. So EMM Motorsports in the driving seat, and that's exactly why I thought earlier on, as Pro Speed Bike Go going to drive through penalty.
No.
That's why I thought that gap that was being created, while it was happening so slowly, it was so crucial and so decisive, because it's so hard to catch Luca Alpert by any more than a few tenths a lap.
It absolutely is. Just trying to see the... okay, so the drive-through penalty has come as a result of contact with a 289 car, which was the Adopt Don't Shop team in the BMW class. So while lapping them, I don't think we did, no. I think while they were lapping them, that might be why they lost some ground at some point. But the Adopt Don't Shop car has just been in the pits to serve a black flag of its own, the 289. But yeah, they have been clipped at some point by the frozen speed by Grid and Go machine. So, oh dearie me, it shows you that it's not just down to contravening the rules on your own sort of terms, let's say, by maybe speeding in the pits or not serving, you know, a Grand Prix loop lap correctly. You've got to think about how you lap people as well and be respectful there. So, yeah, it looks like, unfortunately, no one is immune. Well, we know that, but yeah, they've proven it.
Yep. And you're right, by the way, that's not the one we saw. That was into the Fuchs rut, causing a collision there. The one into Galvenkopf is still being investigated, or well, hasn't started yet, but they will investigate it in a moment. It's on the list. That was Nürburgring Esports pushed off by Coanda Esports. So we could yet see EMM Esports get an even bigger lead because of the 2 chasing them, both getting penalties. For now, only Frozen Speed by Grid and Go have got a drive-through penalty. And so it must have been quite severe. We've seen quite a lot of causing a collision incidents so far, chalked down as just 5 or 10 seconds time penalty. But this is going to be a full-on drive-through, which is probably going to cost them at least 20.
Yeah, that says to me that maybe it was down to a more severe bit of decision making, because I think that's how they tend to, you know, look at the severity of the incident. I imagine, you know, how ridiculous was the move, or how on was the move, and if it was definitely not on, then yeah, they've overdone it. I did. I'm going to call Norbert Kish out live on air now. I did message him to say nice stint, just to let him know I'm on the English stream. And he says, mention that I'm the Truck Racing Championship winner as much as you can. So I'm definitely going to.
As if we don't enough already, by the way.
He's the tied, well, he's the most successful one now. He's won 7 championship titles in European truck racing. He's won 5 in the last 5 years. And as much as I love telling everybody how good he is, he's made my job very difficult, because for 5 years, when somebody wins that much, it's hard to continually say how good someone is without using the same words again and again. But hats off to Novi. He's a fantastic laugh. The team are wonderful at Reveche Racing as well. Well, yeah, the CESA Esports team going so well in this event as well.
They certainly are. In the SP10 category, by the way, the standings just been scrolling through on your screen. Williams Sim Racing back in front again, although they will have to make up for their slightly shorter stop earlier. That's why they're 12 seconds out front, and so that gap's basically holding. But if if they suddenly make their longer stop, which they'll have to, and this final one, everybody else will have a shorter one, and then it's going to be very close between them and SimRC. MindGP are pretty comfortably in third with 10 seconds either side of them. Falcon Sim Racing chasing them for the final podium place. The Nürburgring Esports car we caught a glimpse of a moment ago is in 5th place. Just 3 seconds in front of i4 Racing, so that's the top 5 in SP10. And in the M2 class, we've still got a battle on at the front, just 3 seconds between BS Competition and Share Esport. It's good that Share have got some competition, to be honest, at the front of the field in the form of BS Competition.
Oh, there was such an easy little...
Didn't mean to do that.
Oh, that was low-hanging fruit.
I didn't mean that, but I've said it there anyway. Yes, they'll be close throughout the season, I would imagine, and they're close in this race, just 3 seconds apart. At Nürburgring Esports round at the podium, then Wolf Motorsport Sim Racing, sorry. Sevilla Esports Red just in front of Racing Lounge 77. And then we've got Vanara Racing, Thomas Enger Sim Racing, Sevilla Esports Green and Adopt Don't Shop running out the field. Nearly 4 minutes down. They had trouble earlier on. They've made 2 stops already. Still everybody in the race, I think. Team Nitro Cup might be out now, but even the Waved SB10 team, who are 2 laps down, are still in the race, which is great to see. All 54 cars that started still in the day. All 55 that qualified, unfortunately, didn't get to the start line. The pole sitters in M2 did not get to the start with the Endurcore, which is a bit of a shame earlier on today. This, meantime, is Kai Kashube in front of David Toff. A change for the net race lead in SB9. As David Toff was getting used to his cold tyres on the Grand Prix circuit, he could not stay in front of Kai Kashube. And so Marla Racing Team are in the lead of this race, although... oh no, they have taken their longer pit stop. So yeah, this is legitimate, I'm pretty sure, between these 2 Mustangs.
As legit as it gets right now here at the Nürburgring, and the battle is well and truly on. It's great to see these 2 Mustangs going head-to-head like this, but at the same time, it's one of the most intriguing parts about endurance racing. It's not just one driver that is a set pace in a car, and this is with no disrespect to David. I'm not implying that he is quote-unquote slower, but you get the variety in the pace of each driver in each team. So it could well be that one team disappears over the horizon at the start of an endurance race, put another driver in the car, and it suddenly isn't as quick as it was before, but another team could be very quick. And that's what's so entertaining about this form of racing, is it's never over. You know, you don't see a clear indication on lap 1 of exactly how the race is going to pan out. It continues to develop, it morphs into shape as time goes on. And these 2 Mustangs right now are a key part of that morphing process, so to speak. Marla Racing Team and Cesar Esports are right with each other coming onto the Dottinger, and that's important for David Toff because he may have lost that position, but right now he's in a good place to stay with that Marla Racing Team Mustang in a very pivotal part of the track.
Now, can Norby, I'm on autopilot there. Toff, sorry. Get back past again before the end of the straight, and now that his tyres are all warmed up, does he have a good chance of getting on through here? He's closing to within a 10th. Is he going to wait behind? In fact, it looks like he's going to wait on behind, and maybe that's the smart thing to do. There's still a stop to come here, and they will all need the same amount of fuel as in laps, but if you can save a little bit, then you can take a litre or so off, which would help the car trailing to get ahead later. Falcon and BS Plus both in the pit lane.
I thought he'd gotten going and then came to a stop again for a moment there, but he was just repositioning the car. It disappears and reappears like that as the fact that it is a driver change, and into that car will go Felix Quirnbach, as down the inside goes David Toth. He says to Kai Kashube, no thank you. Just because you got in front before doesn't mean you are going to stay there. Sunshine? I was just sort of exclaiming at the Marla Racing Team Mustang as he went into the penultimate corner. It looked like he'd driven over a landmine. The amount of bump that the car got on that left rear, just as it left the curb and bounced again, it really flung the suspension up into the air. And it properly unsettled the car. But again, these guys are professionals. They know what they're looking for. They know how the car behaves, even at its worst. And he was able to catch it with complete effortlessness. But right now, David Toth, well, he's recaptured the lead with effortlessness. Stuck behind Kei Kashube down the Dottinger Ho. And now, well, he's with that little poor run out of the corner, he's actually gained a bit more time on him. So suddenly he's played the Uno reverse card a bit there.
Yeah, suddenly we've got a proper race on at the front of the field, and the top 5 covered by less than 20 seconds at the moment. Very impressive, nearly 2 hours in to this race. Lion GP, meantime, in 9th ahead of Stint 1, KRS Motorsport. It's the battle for 9th position. And these guys, by the way, only a minute off the lead. It's pretty close round here. It's Scuderia Volpe just getting past them, still recovering from their spin through this corner that they were rather helped into on lap number 1. Currently 8th, George Karkulas still driving though. He's going to have to get out at the final stint, otherwise they're going to break the rules.
I was going to say,
at the end of this race.
Welded to that seat.
He is at the moment. George Karkulas should be sharing this race with Bryce Minge for Scuderia Volpe. So Karkulas, their real-world driver, but also plenty of sim racing pedigree as well, which allowed them, by the way, to qualify in 5th position, 6th position rather. Down a couple, obviously, on there. Not too many movers and shakers through the field, but this car, number 27, is the best of them. Peter Bieder up 5 places on the 15th position they qualified in. And they're now into the top 10, but as I mentioned, such as the constraining nature of the point system in NLS racing, you have to be in the top 8, which means 10 cars miss out on points. And even with that great effort from Peter Bieder so far, they would still be missing out on points even in this position.
Yeah, it seems a big shame, doesn't it, really? But I respect that as a point system. I often see that, and I'm sure you've seen the same, that in many leagues and sim racing events, I understand it's for driver retention, you know, to still give someone something to fight for. But as I always try and follow, a harsher point system gives people more to fight for in the same way. And if people are in the right mindset to go chasing those points, every point matters. And I think that's the best way to have it. You can't give out 50 points for finishing in 40th position. You know, you still need to have a cut-off for when you can score points and when you can't, especially when it comes to championship deciders, because you never really want it to be the case that for somebody to go into the final round just to win the championship, you have to just finish the race. That makes it boring. They need to at least put some effort in and score some points. And it's great to see that, yes, sure, we have smaller classes in here, and very often it's the case that we only have 10 or maybe 12 cars, but you still have to beat some of the other drivers to get to the points, and I think that's what it's worth. You reward the well, I'm struggling to word it strangely, but you still get a reward for the effort that you've put in, not just turning up and doing the laps.
Yeah, you've got to get the balance right, haven't you? In that sense, you can't make it impossible to get points, but also, as you say, you don't want to be dishing them out for free. Having said that, I am on the fence about that, because I do really like the old NASCAR point system for that type of racing. I wouldn't employ it everywhere, but for that type of racing, you know, you get something like 40 points for 40th, as you were saying. It's not quite that extreme, but it is something like that.
Yeah,
but it's all about how you do it in that sort of racing as well, and so I'm a bit on the fence about that. I think for this type of racing and this series especially, 8 is just about perfect, because it means that in no class do you give points to everybody. The class in which that is least constraining is in the M2s, where still 2 will miss out, but also you know that in one of these longer races, maybe with the exception of SB9, that if you stay in the game even after trouble and after a couple of laps down, you could still gain a couple of points from people falling off the road a little bit later on in the day as well. So I think we've got it just about right for this series, as all the Porsches come in again for the second time today.
Yeah, the Porsches now adorning the pit lane, making it look very pretty, and they'll make it sound fantastic as well as they leave. But we've got the EMM cars still running very beautifully up there in the order. I think the 914 has come in a lap before the rest of them, though. Julian Reimer is currently behind the wheel, and he's running in 8th position, a number of positions behind the cars that he was chasing earlier in the top 5. Patrick Schmidt, we're on board with right now for GHD Motorsport. Seems like they like to have a lineup of drivers called Patrick, because they've got him and Patrick Jarzinski, who is the other driver at the team. Put it in the wall earlier, I believe, and got a meatball flag. I'm just having a look through the penalties as we speak, just to see if there was any contact with anybody else that might have caused that, just to save Patrick's bushes. But I don't think that was the case, unfortunately. The car just had its own incident, and yeah, needed the repairs to continue on. We look right now at the number 10 Ford Mustang, golden machine, very beautiful indeed. This car currently running, well, a bit further down, is it not? I can't seem to see it on my timing screen for some reason. Is it the Stint 1 car?
I'm not sure, to be honest.
It's
Stint 1 are running in 9th.
Yeah.
Just ahead of Lime GP, so I guess that does line up with those two close together. But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I should know by now, but I don't.
No, it's all right. I'm not going to know by the end of round 4, I wouldn't imagine. It's one of those. In the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring, we have had lots of changes this time. It was a fairly ordinary first round of pit stops, actually, but we've had some interest this time. Jan Winter has taken either less tyres or less fuel at this stage in the race, and he's gotten into the car. So it was up to second, even as an AM. Carlisle Esports were up to second. They're in front of Coanda Esports, Sean Terre, who is in 3rd place now, just in front of Mate Mihaldes, who is in 4th. And we can see them right here getting passed by one of the SB9s. That's actually 4th position as the Manfilter team regain some of the places they lost with incidents earlier on.
Yeah, they were really forcing the issue there down the inside was the Manfilter car. Oh, the car, the number 1 car has gotten a drive-through penalty. That is for that's incident 51, which was for causing a collision with the EWJ Mercedes. And that was brought up by race control. It wasn't protested by the Mercedes. We saw the two of them battling earlier on, but the EWJ Baumaschinen 49 car has, obviously been at the wrath of the front end of that BMW at some point, and now has given them a penalty as a result for the reigning champions. Not the start to the season that they would have wanted, is it?
No, not at all, and I'm surprised, because in the battle that we saw, we only saw Comright sort of almost giving them the place back loads of times to try and make sure that he didn't get a penalty, but that's a very severe penalty. There must have been something else going on there, and yet that's going to drop them at least behind the 49, which I guess is fitting if they're adjudged to have disrupted them. They will only drop 1 place, though, and therefore only 1 point. But this is going to have to be chalked as a bad first round in their championship defence. And don't forget, this is a double championship defence now, because they had the number 1 on their car last season, successfully defended that number 1 to earn the right to do it again this year. And at the moment, it's not such a good start to their season. However, as I mentioned earlier, you can have a bad round. I don't think you can afford any more than that, but you can have a bad round in this series if you pick up just a few minor points. Don't forget, they didn't score any points in the last round last season, and they still won the title by 5 clear points. So all is not lost at all, but they can't afford any more races like this.
Yeah, it's great that they can still have that 1 bad round, because it does throw the championship wide open, but you need to make sure that when you have a bad round that your opponents don't have their best round. You've got to be very careful with how you come back from this as well, because you can't push too hard and force the issue and make it too much of a problem for yourself, because we've all seen it before when drivers are under pressure and in an environment where they need to recuperate something. You know, they push too hard, they overdo it, trying to make up for lost time or lost ground, whether it be in that one race or in a championship, and they'll stuff it into the wall and they'll overdo it, or they'll make a silly mistake, get a daft penalty for something they didn't need to get it for. We've all seen it before, and hopefully they can come back from this first round. I mean, they're still running in 6th place for now, but hopefully they can come back from that and still have a good rest of the season. We're just over an hour away from the end of this race, and I ask you the question now, Ewan, where the hell has that gone?
Yeah, you're not wrong. It's been flying by. Oh, it's
speaking of
flying by. Yeah. Well, our brains work similarly, clearly.
You poor thing.
Round the outside of that BMW, and just short of the hour, still in behind the David Toth-driven Seza Esport team out front. Now, don't forget, Kai Kashubi pitted a lap earlier than these guys last time, so that might disadvantage him slightly in this next round of pit stops, and Luis Baleke catching them both. I think in SB9 today, we've probably got the best class as far as a battle for the race lead is for the race win later, because I think SimRC are actually the leaders in SB10, although that is going to be quite close, and I think that will probably be second closest. SB9 is going to be quite a fight here, because the fastest team have had a 5-second penalty to serve earlier, and they're still recovering from that now.
Yeah, they absolutely are, and they're recovering from it well. That's the main thing here, is that they haven't let it put them down at all. They're still pushing on, and they are still regaining the ground that they lost. And yeah, Lewis Bilicki is not messing around. He's certainly, well, you could say he's licking on and making up the time on these top two. David Toth leading the way in the Cesar Esport Mustang. Marla Racing Team also in a Mustang. Keika Shube behind the wheel there. There's been some change a few places back. I think the Scuderia Volpa car has just gained 2 places in a moment. Actually, no, it's just dipped in and out quickly on the timing screen. I was going to say they were about 10 seconds apart a moment ago, so that's on me for reacting to a timing screen rather than seeing the official news. Still, got a good battle going on in the Porsches too. This is the EMM Esports car 914 right up behind the other Cesar Esport machine in the field. Car 126 currently trying to catch up with Coanda, but he's got this pesky EMM car all over the back of him, Ewan.
He has. Julian Reimer should be a little bit quicker, and you'd imagine he'll want to make his way through very quickly here. Present speed by Grin and Go, having served their drive-through penalty, by the way, are down in 9th place, if you're wondering where they are. Still only 35 seconds off the race lead, but they are down in 9th position. It's a long, long way back in Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring that is still being led by EMM Esports. Raphael Brenhofer nearly 10 seconds in front of Jan Winter. Then Sean Ter, who's at the front of this group we're seeing at the moment. Julian Reimer trying to get into the middle of that, get into second in the group. Oh, and wide for Ter, just up in front here. And suddenly Cesar have got a decision to make in towards Gavenkopf, and they decide to stay where they are, just running in behind. Coming on to the Dodging Hole, there's going to be quite a run here for Julian Reimer, and because of that error from Sean Ter, there might well be a chance for the EMM Esports car to go straight past them both here. But let's wait and see whether they do as they come down the back straight. Sean Ter might just get pushed on by the Cesar Esport car, and so stay in front as we've got just over an hour to go here in the opening round of the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie for season 2025-26. Does indeed look, in fact, like Julian Reimer is going to work his way past as this battle continues. We'll be back in a moment.
Jetzt dein eigenes Motorsporterlebnis nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de.
Liebe Fans,
Lovely fans.
besucht uns auf unseren Social-Media-Kanälen,
Follow us.
Auf Facebook, Instagram.
YouTube und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der NLS.
Well, welcome back to the Nürburgring, where we have seen positions change just as we were going away there. Julian Reimer and Sean Ter changing places. Reimer up to 3rd position as EMM Esports get 2 cars on the podium in this opening round of the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie and the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring, which they are a part of. Coanda Esports try and get that back again. They said the Esport car still had to come into pit lane. Marcel Marox is now the driver there, and they will only have one more stop to do before the end, I think, unless they get lapped or something weird goes on there. Myself, Ian Lilly, and Chaz Draycott bringing you the action on this opening round of the season. And what a great opening round it has been. In fact, it continues because there's about to be a change for the overall lead as Keika Shube gets through on the run towards the end of another lap. Just over an hour to go for those in SP9 and all the other categories where it's going to be interesting to settle these very important opening race results.
Yeah, it's been an absolutely brilliant way to start the season. Battles up and down the order in every class, and at the sharp end of every class as well. You'd argue that the SP10s have probably been the most tame in that regard, but there's still been the odd surprise here and there. Strategy changing it, but right at the sharp end with the SP9s, we've seen this wonderful scrap developing between the Marla Racing team and the Cesar Esport car. We had, of course, the car that currently runs in third place, HRT Esports by Coanda. They led from the very beginning of the race, but a 5-second penalty dropped them a bit further down. They're making up for that right now. Car that's actually dropped away that was with them in all of that earlier was the Nürburgring Esports Aston Martin. Unfortunately, that car now running down in 13th position and not having the best time in the latter part of the race. We are now under an hour from the end, and I imagine, Ewan, just like the rest of the race, that is going to fly by with this tantalising scrap that we've got going on.
I would imagine so. Especially SP9, where, as you say, it's most tantalising at the moment. Slightly surprised Kaikashube wanted to go through on that occasion, I must admit. He's still got a few laps to go until the pit stops, by the way, which are going to be very, very short late on. They should just be splashes and dashes, I think. But we'll see just how many laps are required for all of these guys to fulfill. But yeah, it's been very exciting so far, and I think it's going to get even more so. Luis Bilicki is now less than 5 seconds behind them. Kostin Sharp less than 14 seconds behind, and to be fair, that gap has been going up in the recent past. But 3 cars for the race lead. Be very, very exciting to see in this first round, and bodes well for the rest of the season as well. I think if we've got evenly matched teams. In 2 of the 3 classes last season, we had complete domination in 2 of the classes throughout all of the season, and it just doesn't look like that's going to be the case this time round.
No, I think since the start of this race, there's probably been, what, 3 or 4 teams that could have won this race, and I want to apologise as well. I mentioned earlier it's the Nürburgring Esports car. It's the 42, not the 32, of course, that was in the battle near the beginning, and they are still running in 4th place, so that's my mistake. But yeah, there's a number of teams that could probably all win, not just this race, but any race throughout the season by the look of it so far. And while it is great to have a team that, can dominate like that, and you have to respect the level of performance they put in from a spectator's point of view and even as a broadcaster's point of view, and for the story of the championship, it keeps it more interesting when there is such a great, fierce battle near the sharp end. Looks like David Toth having a bit of a moment there to, I don't know if he was adjusting something or what, but he's certainly not looking the most comfortable right now in terms of that Mustang. Wonder what was going on there. He's lost quite a bit of time to Kei Kashube in the Marla car, but we'll see. There's still plenty of time left to go in this race, but he's over a second behind and losing more and more ground as every corner goes by. He's actually only 3.5 seconds ahead of the HRT Esports by Coanda entry of Luis Bilicki. We'll see how this develops into the final hour or so. Maybe the pit stops will make a difference. We'll see. Here's a battle then for the Porsches. We have the EMM Esports car back in 2nd place now. Can you believe that? Julian Reimer now reinstates that 1-2 positioning for the EMM Esports Porsche like we had at the start. This is reminiscent of the first half hour.
Yeah, it is a little bit. And it's looking ominous for the rest of the field, because while these drivers were all at Scherer before, they managed to 1 and 2 in that opening race, and from there on in, they never looked back. In fact, they were never not 1 and 2 in the championship after that point. It was pretty dominant from there on in for the rest of the season. So, yeah, this is looking ominous for the rest of the field for EMM Esports. And by the way, part of this being created by Frozen Speak Grin and Go's absence. I must say thanks to Will Chadwick, who's just sent me the replay of their incident over the top of the hill there through the Fuchsrohr and in towards Adnar Forst there. They hit the Adopt Don't Shop car pretty hard and sent them into the wall. So that is why they got a drive-through penalty. And you'd have to say probably deservedly so after that. I mean, traffic always bites, doesn't it? It always creates an extra little bit of something in these races, and it has in the wrong way, unfortunately, for Grin and Go on that occasion. Just one mistake, and it's been their race has rather unravelled there.
Well, that's one of the beautiful things, in a way, of endurance racing sometimes, is that it's not just down to the pure pace of a car. It's not just down to how clean you can keep it, but you have to think about other cars as well in the race, and the classes overlapping with one another. It's not just 2 classes either. There's 4 of very different capabilities and pace, and unfortunately it can bite, and that's whether it is a fast class sort of biting down on the slower class, or whether it's one of the slower classes, making a poor decision or making a move that wasn't expected by another driver. It could be anything, but yeah, traffic is very, very important here, and I often think it's something that's overlooked in endurance racing. You know, people forget about it until they're in situ. It's all well and good doing practice lap after practice lap and, you know, improving your lap times every single moment that you can. But when it comes to traffic on the day, you never know how it's going to pan out. You can expect roughly what lap you'll catch a car on. You don't know where on that lap. You don't know who. You don't know how they're going to behave. It's always a bit of an unknown factor, and it's entertaining, that's for sure.
Certainly is. Now, is there going to be a splitting up of the 1 and 2 for EMM? There might be. Jean-Terre's going to be on the outside here, and he might be through into second. The time gap to the leader is ballooning, but it doesn't matter necessarily to these guys. Their best hope now is second place. And Coanda Esports believe the best way of achieving that right now is by getting through into the final couple of corners and getting ahead for now. How long is it going to last, though? They're going to go straight back ahead, are they, in the EMM Esports at Porsche? Julian Reimer back to the inside and straight back through again. Jean-Terre was very, very briefly in second position, has been re-overtaken by Reimer, and is going to struggle to get back past again until they come down the back straight for another time next time round.
Yeah, that was very important for Reimer to get back in front of him there just to prove that point. And, well, it was Reimer's reminder, wasn't it, to say, look, you sit there, mate, and you sit there, mate, and I'll hold on to this second position. At the end of the day, the 914 now is going to just do what they can to be a rear gunner to the 905. They don't need to defend them specifically. They're not going to gain 13 seconds, even on outright pace, in the last 53 minutes without a major mistake from Raphael Renhofer in the race lead. But they've consigned or subscribed themselves to the fact that they are second at best, and that's why this battle is going to erupt a little bit more in the moments. But keep an eye on that car in fourth position there, the Carlar Esports Cup machine. It's hard not to, it's bright green, but it's waiting in the wings for something to happen between these two. As long as they stay within a second, maybe a second and a half, the slipstream will favour them down the likes of the Dottinger. Obviously, there's a natural check-up throughout the twisty parts of the Nürburgring Nordschleife, i.e. all of it. So, yeah, they're in a strong position right now, Carlar, and they could snatch away a podium at a moment's notice, especially when there's traffic in places like this.
Absolutely. Into the Hatzenbach. Oh, Reimer on the outside of the Mercedes there. That was, well, closer than you'd want through the Hatzenbach, but they just about managed to get all through and continue on as they were. Jean-Terre with still a lot of work to do here to get back past the EMM Esports car that just passed him a couple of moments ago. Lewis Bilecki at the front, meantime, set the best lap of the race last time round. A 47.1 is seven tenths quicker than anybody else has managed all day. David Toff is going to be looking behind him, and we saw the onboard of him. We saw his camera a couple of months ago. He didn't look especially comfortable. He's going to be even less comfortable with the fastest driver on track right now, right behind him.
Yeah, very, very true. Bilecki is now a second behind, and yeah, all over him, theoretically, at this point of the race. But yeah, to be over 2 hours in and have the top three separated by less than 4 seconds, I mean, the top 5 are separated by less than 25 seconds, really shows you how close a race we've got on our hands, but how good a prospect of a championship we've got on our hands this season as well. And as Ewan has rightly alluded to, it's the fact that it's a bit more spread out this time than last time round. And you know, you're the one with the experience here, Ewan, of previous seasons, and I can hear the joy in that, with the fact that there's such a good fight on the horizon here. You've just got to hope that all the teams can live up to that from round to round, and that round one isn't just a flash in the pan, so to speak. But even these Porsches alone, you know, we've had them glued to each other. They've constantly been in the vicinity of one another since the start of the race. I think this has definitely been one of the best classes to keep an eye on.
Absolutely. As we see the M2s come into the pit lane as well. Should be their second and final stop today. Only 2 stops required in this class. They burn fuel a little bit less recklessly as the other classes. So into the cars for the final time. It's going to be Elias Riker versus Ben Elias Reimer. I think that's a second driver change. I think the starting driver has also become the ending driver in both of those cars, if I'm not mistaken. So this Bilecki gets closer to Cesar Esport car of David Toff out front. It's going to be one to watch as well as these M2s make their stop. And just keep an eye on them while they're coming out. I think it should still be a lead for PS Competition fairly comfortably here, but we'll wait and see. In any case, ticking up towards 40 seconds, past 40 seconds, the longest stops in the field for those M2s. 42 seconds for Riker. And Bellinis Roma actually having a longer stop, so PS Competition going to be leading by even further in our slowest class. It's much closer, thankfully, in the SB9s, and Luis Beleke is very much now a part of that. In third position, just about a couple of seconds behind the Cesar Esport car that is in second, and therefore then only a second and a half or so behind the Marler Racing team. It's all getting close now.
It really is, yeah. It's starting to compress together with these top three, and well, we could go into the final lap here with them all absolutely glued to each other, but it depends on the length of the final pit stop. So there could be a second in it here or there that will shape this into a great final stint. I'm excited to see how it pans out. Either way, it could completely catch us off guard. The teams will know what they've got, but they won't know what their opponents have got at this point. Should be intriguing. Same here in the Porsches as well. This class has been brilliant. I've loved this, really loved this battle with his EMM esports against the world, really. And to be fair, the 914 Julian Raymer, he started to open up a gap here over Sean Terra. And Jan Winter, he's not been able to upset the 918 that much at this point. I don't think he necessarily wants to. He's not close enough to make a move or anything, but I don't think he'd want to sort of start a battle or anything right now, knowing that EMM esports car ahead of them starts to clear off.
Yeah, it's a comfortable lead now in the Porsche Cup class, which we haven't really seen for the first 2 hours of this race. It's been promisingly close, especially in the first part of the race, first hour. Less so maybe as it has developed, but EMM esports are looking good right now, 1 and 2. And in the AM part of this, of course, there is a pro and am aspect to this category. Carla are right behind them, right there in 4th position overall as an AM leader. The 6th place is where we find second in the class, Ryan van der Grip for Smilis Racing. And that's a gap of 13 seconds. So the pit stops generally have been shorter for Carla. I do wonder whether that's a product of them fuel saving so well, as we've seen time and again when we've been following them, or whether that means they've got a slightly longer final stop to come compared to Ryan van der Grip. But we'll find that out in the next few moments, as we will for the SB9s, who can't be that far away from a stop. Just this one and one more for Kai Kashubi, and then the final stops begin in our top class, and we'll find out who's going to win this race. It is still very up in the air.
Absolutely. As I said earlier, you never really know the full picture and how it's going to line up until the last 2 stints of a race. And even now, we don't fully know what these SP9 cars have got in them fuel-wise. We don't know what numbers they're running to and whether some of them are able to save a little bit of time in the pit stops here and there. Because when the battles are this close, the top 3 separated by 2.6, 2.7 seconds, all it'll take is half a second here and there in the box to really throw this battle up in the air. And right now I think that the Cesar car is in quite a scary position, sat in the middle, because you've got more to keep your eye on, I guess, because you've got to watch that thin air disappearing between you and the car behind while also trying to cling to the car in front. So yeah, difficult place to be, I think. Oh, especially with traffic.
Very difficult there, and looking left and right. That's not good traffic management at all there from the race leader, Kai Kashubi. He needed to commit to one side and just go for it there, but in the end he got caught up between both and allows Cesar to get a lot closer. Suddenly, Luis Beleke is a lot closer as well. Yeah. Now, not expecting David Toff to actually try and get through here, but these are the moments you've got to avoid if you're Kai Kashubi. You can't really afford to be losing seconds like that in traffic.
No, definitely not, and especially knowing that it's not only that Cesar eSport car that is chasing you down, but it's actually the car that's right behind that. That's the one you really want to worry about. The HRT eSports by Coanda car was on pole position, and earlier on Mitchell de Jong was absolutely flying. Luis Beleke is also flying as well now. He did the fastest lap of the race last time round. We'll see how his lap compares this time. But the three of them are all pretty much in the slipstream of each other, although no, the Coanda car is losing ground to the Cesar eSport machine because he's closer to the Mahler car. So it's actually worked out really well for the Hungarian drivers in second position. David Toth and his teammate Norbert Kish going for the lead and going for the win, but it's when do you strike? When do you make the move? And obviously we should have one more lap before the pit stops, I believe.
Oh, no.
No,
we don't.
Maybe not.
Wow. Okay.
So the Mahler car not able to go as long.
Well, yeah. Well, my question is, what is that? Is that you know, the end of their fuel, or is it tactical to come in there? Or am I just wrong with that?
I think tactical.
Yeah, maybe.
To save you your blushes, I'm going to say tactical. I was looking at the Scuderia Volpa car there as well, Brins Munge. He was not. Oh god, this BS car is going to be sick of this Mercedes. But the Scuderia Volpa car seemed to be going slow. I'm not sure if they've maybe overdone it on fuel or not, or whether it was just a pace difference. But yeah, this this Mercedes. Oh god, the BS competition team are never going to want to see a black and yellow Mercedes ever again after this race. The EWJ car has just been all over them throughout this race, and a constant thorn in the side.
Absolutely. Well, thankfully they've stayed in front this time round, and hopefully they'll use the corners coming up for the rest of the Grand Prix circuit and the rest of the first part of the Nordschleife as well to stay in front of them from here on in. But yeah, they have been a bit annoying for PS competition so far. Obviously, just running their own race and doing all they can, but
not doing anything wrong.
Exactly, yeah.
But yeah, just from the fact that it's a hurdle that BS competition probably didn't expect to have to overcome throughout this race, let alone have to overcome it for almost the majority of the race, because it was just always around them. So yeah, it's interesting how the races work out like that, though, and that's again one of the beauties of motorsport, isn't it? You never know how a race is going to pan out, who you're going to be up against on circuit. I mean, look at this right now. We've got Porsche 992s having to still make their way past the M2s as we ride on board with the Nürburgring Esports 285 car.
Yeah, so battle for the podium places in the M2 class, which I wasn't quite expecting. Daniel Muff still at the head of a group for third place, as he was earlier. If you remember, on the second lap of the race, he was heading a massive group on the way towards turn one. He still is in a two-car battle with Connor Karnick here in fourth position. And this is the only M2 battle remaining. Now, they haven't quite been decimated by the faster cars as much as I was fearing they might be, actually. When you start a race as the slower class, you do wonder, well, how many of them are going to be taken out by faster class cars? I think that's a cynical way of looking at it, but
realistic.
It is perhaps realistic. It's my thought process going into one of these, and yes, there is only one battle for a top position, and that is this one. But you know, still plenty of in the race, which is a good thing, and maybe some credit to these BMW M2s can go to them, because they're not quite as slow compared to the others, the SP9s in previous seasons. You know, it's only 1 minute of a gap compared to, you know, I think Clio's were about 2 minutes a lap slower, which is quite an extreme difference.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. The Clio's are wonderful, wonderful cars. It's another machine I've been fortunate enough to commentate on in the real world, doing 2 years of Clio Cup Europe, and they are hilarious racing machines, the Clio's, but, you know, up against the likes of the SP9 GT3 cars, SP10s, GT4s, they are at a significant pace disadvantage. And I think that the M2s fill that gap beautifully. And they are great racing machines as well. I commentated on an endurance series recently where the M2 was the fastest class of the cars involved. And they are wonderful for racing, and it's been a fantastic addition to iRacing. And even when they race on their own, you know, in their own championships over in Germany, they are so much fun to watch. It's a real treat of a one-make racing series. As right now, Connor Karnick, well, nicks by in his car on the right-hand side and takes third position, albeit, I'm going to guess temporarily, over the Nürburgring Esports car of Daniel Muth. They get onto the brakes into the final few corners. Daniel's got a pretty good run out of the final corner as well to have a bit of a slingshot down the start-finish straight. And it begins all over again.
Yeah, it probably will be temporary. This is going to continue on for the end of the race, I would imagine, because they don't have any stops to go in the M2 class, the only class that by and large have that in the race at the moment. Was not able to get through though in towards turn number one, and so Martin the driver he's battling with for third, Conor Carnick. So one to keep an eye on there again. Final stops have not yet been made in SP10, have they? Or, well, it's going to be that classic. Well, I think for most of the cars they have actually, but maybe not for all of them. We'll see whether Eetu Iskalainen has a car that can go to the end. I don't think he does, but he's only got an 18-second lead as well, so that's not boding particularly well for his race lead as things stand. We know where the Porsche Cup cars are going at the moment. The end of another lap for the SB9s very soon. They're quite close to the back of the Cup cars, actually, so they might have to lap them in the last half an hour, which is going to be exceptionally interesting, because don't forget, these days they're not actually that much quicker than those Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring cars.
No, especially not in a straight line as well. We may actually, I don't think we've caught any moments of it so far in the race, but it may be the case that some of the Porsches go by in a straight line. Interesting to see Daniel Muth racing in VR. Now, at the top level, you rarely see people racing in VR. It's obviously fantastic for immersion. It's a wonderful experience to race in VR, or I'd say that if I didn't get motion sick. But it's very rare that you actually see people racing fully in VR at this sort of level. You know, it's very much been the proven formula that triple screen setup, because it's a very fixed nature. You know, you're always at the same sort of depth perception level. That it's the way to go. And I mean, it's very interesting to see that Daniel is running in VR and still able to use that to such an advantage. You know, he's flying at the moment. He may have been overtaken in the last lap or so, but they're battling for a podium.
Yeah, they certainly are. And you know, I don't know what you think. I don't know how much experience you have of sort of long distance driving VR. I don't at all. But it seems to me that would really be draining. And the common consensus actually when VR came out, because I've been in sim racing long enough to remember it wasn't actually a thing. It wasn't even an option when I started. Yeah. I do wonder what the toll on your eyes and your brain and everything is when you're sort of using it for a long stint like this, because these are not short stints. In the M2 class, the shortest stints you ever see were at least an hour. So I do wonder what the toll is on your head when you're using it for such a long period.
Yeah, that's very true, actually. And it's the fact that it's so jarring, you know, when you take it off as well, and all of a sudden you remember that you aren't actually at the Nürburgring, you aren't actually in the car, you're in your room. And we saw there that it's a very human environment to suddenly find yourself in. So, yeah, I'm intrigued by that, very intrigued. And I mean, I'd like to say I get very bad motion sickness, which for somebody that loves their motorsport and their aviation is not great. But it's certainly discomforting in terms of just temperature alone, because VR headsets get very hot. It's a very well-known thing that they are not cold. They are very, very hot machines. So, yeah, fair play to Mr. Muth for committing to that to the end. Speaking of committing to the end, after these two Mustangs have been in to the pits this time round, they will be committed to the end as well. And it's the Cesar Esport car leading in HRT Esports by Coanda. Slightly different way around than they had for the first stint.
Yes, yeah. So this is very much the limit, it seems, of their fuel stint. 36 minutes to go, 5 laps to go, translated, and they will just about have time for tyres, both of them. They'll put cold tyres on. That means the Marler Racing team will definitely be behind them initially, but the question is going to be whether they can get in front while they're on the warm tyres over the course of the Grand Prix circuit and the first part of the Nordschleife as well, for where that is going to be an effect. Down off the jacks now goes the Cesar car, and they should be leaving pretty soon here. Just watch for that car launching in a moment. David Toff, and he will get past Pilecki. There he goes. How long is the wait? The SBS competition, by the way, they've still not made their final stop yet. They'll be going very long into the end of this race. They'll have a very short last stop. Pilecki in the pit lane for a second longer. 2.5 seconds the gap. They are in front of the Marler Racing team, though, very comfortably. They will both stay in front even while they're on cold tyres. This is the 1 and 2 battle we're seeing in SB9.
Yep, it's been established now that these two are the ones fighting for the lead. But as Ewan has rightly alluded to, they're on colder tyres and have to get them up to temperature as soon as possible to make sure that Kei Kashube in the Marler Racing Team car cannot gain enough time on the twisty bits of the Nordschleife. And it's safe to say there's a few of those where the tyres could certainly come into play. but it's been a very interesting race so far in SP9. It's kept us guessing all the way through, and I'm pretty sure it will do until the last 10 minutes and the final lap of this race. But leading on the road at the moment is the Falcon Sim Racing SP9 car of Lewis Woods, and then this car that we see right now, Felix Quirnbach, in the #1 reigning champions BS competition BMW. They are definitely hoping for a much easier day at the office than they've had, or they were anyway. It's almost over now, but yeah, it's been a character-building one for sure to start their season.
Absolutely, it has.
Speaking of character building,
Yeah.
that's
Well,
character building traffic management as well, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. And this is the battle for the last hour of the race, the last half an hour of the race, actually. You know, these Porsche Cup cars are not that much slower, as we've talked about. Now, they've all got a stop to go. It will be a very short one, but they're also not that far behind, these SB9s. Don't forget, for Felix Quirnbach, this stint is going to go on for quite a long time longer. So they will have this kind of thing to deal with. And look at this. Have they got the legs to drag past the Seti Esports car? It's going to be very difficult, and they're going to have to get some, they're going to have to get some give from those Porsches.
Yeah, the Porsches are having to lift to let the GT3 cars past. You may find now that with this BMW going down the hill like this, that Porsche may catch back up. It's so fast in a straight line. But you can see, actually, the Cesar car is allowing itself that gap to make sure it's not stuck behind them in return. But yeah, it's an interesting little dynamic between those two classes, and also going past the BMW M2. Speaking of the M2s, here is that battle for third position on our screens once again.
Yeah, indeed. Daniel Muff still in behind, as you'd expect to see, because there's not really been any glaring opportunities to overtake in the last lap. The Muck Curver is a decent chance, but it's not the glaring one that you see at the end of the Dodging Her, which surely we are going to see a change for in the next few moments. As I mentioned earlier, this is the only gap below 8 seconds in the M2 category. And indeed, there are no gaps less than a second, indeed, anywhere else in the field. So this is the only nose to tail. But we are still going to have a great battle to the end in SB9. The gap, though, between David Toff and Luis Peleke is suddenly 7 seconds after that pit stop. Still got Lewis Woods and Felix Quirnbach to come in, so lots to figure out here in SB9, but only 33 minutes left to do it in the opening round of the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie for season 2025-26. Just over half an hour to go on the Nordschleife in the opening round of the new season. And a battle for the overall win still to come. Stay with us for the final half an hour coming up next.
Hol dir jetzt dein eigenes Motorsporterlebnis nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de.
Liebe Fans,
Lovely fans.
besucht uns auf unseren Social-Media-Kanälen,
Follow us.
Auf Facebook, Instagram.
YouTube und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der NLS.
Well, just less than 32 minutes to go here on the Nordschleife in the opening round of DNLS season 25-26. This battle for third in the M2 class will continue on, and beginning to slightly fear whether we're going to get one in the SP9 category for the race lead here. Gap grows to over 8 seconds. Myself, Ian O'Leary, Chas Draycock bringing you the action in race number 1, and yeah, as it filters through on the bottom of your screen, it's Falcon Sim Racing leading at the moment, but are Cesar going to have a comfortable lead when this pit stop phase all works out? It looks like that at the moment.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic race where we never quite know what the next lap or so has got in store for us, and that applies to all 4 classes as well. You know, we've had really good battles in each of them. The BMWs, funnily enough, were the ones that took the longest to sort of warm up a bit. Their first lap that was the most tame compared to the other 3 classes that all had very busy starts. But in time, you know, there's not been as many battles there, but the battles that we've had have been good, and they've been important ones as well. The one we'll look at right now is for third position. Wolf Motorsport Sim Racing and Nürburgring Esports right together on track. Other than this, there's no pair of cars in class that are separated by seconds anywhere. So, yeah, unfortunately, it's a bit spread out in the BMWs, but as Ewan and I have both mentioned, it sort of happens naturally when they're the slower class. They get absolutely bombarded by the quote-unquote faster cars. We have two Mercedes together on screen right now in rather similar-ish liveries, which is the Eiffel Racing GTU car and SRC Commerce Esports machine, currently running in 6th and 7th place in class. Some of the sort of lower point-scoring positions, but still all important, aren't they, Ewan?
Oh, absolutely. Every point's going to matter in this series, that's for sure. Two of the championships last season were settled by 10 points or less, and when you've got, you know, much less than that available each round, a race win being 15, for example, you realise it's it could be a very close season across the board. Final stop has been made, by the way, in SB10. These guys should all be going to the end. Williams Sim Racing down to 4th, though, because of their strategy. Ciro Zambra, the new driver, for the final time, probably pitted as late as they could to satisfy the minimum drive time in that class, which is, I believe, the same as iRacing drive time. So whatever the laps are, divided by 4, divided by 2.
I can't do maths. I was going to say I can't do maths either.
No, I don't know what that's going to be. Probably only 3 laps or something. It's not actually that constraining, really. But you do need to remember that to complete those 3 laps, you need about 27 minutes or so, which is longer than what you normally need. So yeah, it is something to just keep an eye on. But it shouldn't be a problem all throughout this season, really. The bigger problem, as I was telling you before this broadcast, last season anyway, was how many times do these SB10s get lapped? And again, that's not something that's in their control. But last season, it was so close where if they were lapped a certain number of times, they would need to pit one more time than if they weren't. So yeah, it really makes a big difference.
It absolutely does, yeah, based on the fact that this is a countdown rather than a specific set of laps, as the previous 2 leading GT3 cars now come into the pit lane. Yeah, they have to think about every moment here in GT4s, and I imagine there's probably a point where the spotters start to figure it out in towards the last couple of laps or so, and they think, right, if this car goes by, then we maybe need to slow down a little bit here and try not to give up position. That is the most committed I've ever seen a car being to getting out of the way down the straight as the SP10s come over the top of the hill. Ronnie Harnell moving over to the right-hand side to go round Moritz Danhausen. They've got Luca Domko in the pit lane in their class, so I'm sure they will just gain a position each now. So changing their battle to be from 6th and 7th up into 5th and 6th. So more championship points over the horizon, but of course they will need to pit again as well, maybe. I say maybe just to cover my own tracks here, but yeah, it's there's a lot of question marks thrown around at this point, and you've got to keep a lot of plates spinning, haven't you, as commentators, to watch what each class has got on the horizon.
Yeah, there shouldn't be too many classes with stops left now. Only the Porsches, I think. But some of them are starting to make those as well. Carlar, for example, Jan Winter's already been in for his last. Jerome Fischer is into the 9:14 for the final time here. Just speaking to Will Chadwick after he sent me that clip of Grid and Go's penalty about the race for EMM, and said that the 9:05 was comfortable, as I suspected, but for 9:14 they were trying to time it so that they could satisfy minimum drive time rules, and it very much, again, depends on how many times they get lapped in the Porsches, if they get lapped once or none, and that is the thing that matters there. Fischer being put in at this stage in the race is interesting, but is the latest they can probably do it here, and they will just try and see where they can get to from this point. Now, this might be why Lewis Bilecki... it is why Lewis Bilecki is further behind. It's a half spin into the gravel at Arenberg, and the Williams Sim Racing car was not quite pinned to the right-hand side there, as maybe they should have been, and that might have cost Lewis Bilecki a chance at the race win this afternoon.
That is a big, big moment, that is. They got very lucky as well that, especially now the gravel on iRacing actually does something, it straightened up the car a little bit there. The rear wheel went in, And obviously with the front wheel not being in, it straightened it up quite quickly. So they got away with that a bit. They obviously lost quite a lot of time as a result, but yeah, I think that could have been much, much worse for them. They could have been off and into the wall and had a proper spin, because another thing that we know about iRacing is that when the cars are backwards and you touch the brakes, it doesn't really do anything. So yeah, I think if anything, they got lucky there. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see whether there is a penalty or anything to come for the Williams sim racing team, because let's not forget, they were fighting for the lead in that class earlier on. They are no longer. It's Sim RC that lead the way, 44 seconds clear of Ciro Zambra in the Williams car, who now find themselves actually in 4th place in class. Falcon Sim Racing have gone 2nd, Lion GP now 3rd. We look at 2 of the Porsches just having a scrap out of the final corner. This is the Avia WSE Motorsport car, I believe, of Max Noth, who is fighting against the Door Esports machine of Nikolai Pedersen. These two fighting for positions outside of the points, but at the end of the day, still getting on with it and still having a good fight.
Yeah, they are. I haven't seen Door Esports at all today, unfortunately, which is not a great sign for them. Not seeing them at the front anyway. Side by side here for 13th, and Pedersen can't shut the door on North into turn 2 or 3, but should get round the outside through there, and inside through 4 gives them 13th position for now. So they find themselves in a decent place as it stands, but as I say, outside of the points. Nevertheless, with just less than 25 minutes to go, David Toff's just coming up towards the end of another, the middle of another lap, so there will be 3 laps to go when he gets to the line, and therefore they've just started their 4 laps to go. Have these two got to remember that time could elapse and they could start another lap even with time elapsing, and that is the thing with racing around here. Even in a 3-hour race, some of those cars in the M2 category, for example, could be racing for as long as 3 hours 17 minutes here today.
Yeah, absolutely. They could really be doing quite the long stint, to say the least. And, well, it's just amazing how much more time it takes up, really. Just a quick report on the HRT Esports by Coanda and Williams sim racing incident. There was, as you'd expect, as I'm sure anyone would do, a protest by the Coanda car, and there was no further action taken against Williams for that one. So, I mean, Williams may have dropped down from their position at the front of the class earlier, but yeah, they've not had that additional sort of affliction of a penalty or anything. And yeah, it could have just been completely innocent understeer. Happens this late on in the race. You know, there's a bit of fatigue in as well. You get a bit too much into a rhythm, maybe. You can make little mistakes like that, but yeah, it wasn't anything ridiculous that was seen as being penalisable, if that's a word. But right now, we have the Cesar Esport Mustang on screen, which leads the race now by a much more considerable margin. That could have decided the race. 5.9 seconds is the gap. Bilicki will be, well, probably even more fired up to go chasing after now, surely.
Yeah, you think so, but the time gap might be the thing that holds him back here. We'll see what the lap times are this time round, but effectively he needs about 2 seconds a lap at this stage in the day, if not a little bit less. This is the battle for second in SB10, with Williams Sim Racing removed anyway because of their strategy. The Falcon Sim Racing car, Daniel Sommer, just in front of Anton Shemzic in the Lion GP Fanster.com car. Last time round gained 0.3 of a second in that battle for second position. So it's happening down there, and this is good involved in the meantime. There's really quite a few battles popping up late on here. 4th stop of the day being made by Scuderia Volpe, unfortunately. Bryce Mingay now at the wheel there, and it's just a real shame for car 229, really, that they're all the way down here, because Josh Kaukula has qualified this car in 6th place, and they've clearly got the speed to be in the points, but this is not going to be their day.
Yeah, it is a huge shame, especially as the incident was right at the start of the race, but we didn't really see much else on that incident. I'm not sure whether it was just them not leaving the room on the inside, whether, again, it was innocent understeer from maybe a car on their inside line. It happens, though, in the first lap of the race, and they just haven't been able to truly recover from there, unfortunately. The race has been a bit of an attritional one for them, and, well, now they find themselves battling for 13th position against the Smilla Esports Pro Aston Martin, another car that was around them in the early stages, actually. The number 7 machine was in the mix in that opening fight. Looks definitely like Lean Weigel is currently quicker than Mingay as well. Mingay hasn't quite been on the pace of those around him. Lean was actually 3 seconds faster on that last lap than the Mustang, which he's chasing. So maybe traffic, you never know. It could be anything that contributes to that lap. The lap is so long. Love that shot of them going around the carousel. It's beautiful. But it definitely looks like the Aston Martin Vantage right now is the one of these two cars that is on the pace. I mean, you can visually see in how he's closed up to the back of the Scuderia Volpa car. And with just 20 minutes left to go, I can't believe that it's already coming to a close here, Ewan. It's going dark here in the UK. Well, ish. It's gone darker. But, yeah, it's flown by from this perspective.
It's just cloudy, I think, is...
yeah.
Well,
miserable.
I mean, yeah. Well, yeah, I know, yeah, but it's winter, isn't it? So that's what it's getting towards. But, you know, it's the advantage of sim racing. We don't have to cope with these conditions. Indeed, snow on the Nordschleife. We can race as if it were summer here today. Track temperature has been hovering around summer temperatures, 27 degrees. It's just dipped to now. Black flag for David Toth, meantime.
No.
Wow. Black flag for David Toth. Now, what is this for? Is it an incident something, or is this from race control? It's not from race control assigned, but have we just seen the overall race lead changing hands through an incident limit or some other kind of penalty? Noah Eder, by the way, in the 49 Mercedes has also got a drive-through penalty, a black flag. It's the same as before, but David Toth has got one that's going to cost him loads of places here. This could be massive for this race. And, well, he had it in his control, but suddenly it's going to change hands here.
Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. 20 minutes left of a 3-hour race, and it's all going to go to pot. And the reason Ewan says it's going to cost him loads of points is loads of places, is the fact that the top 6 cars are separated by just over 30 seconds. The top 5 are less than 20 seconds, less than 18, in fact. So that lead car is definitely going to lose a lot of places, and not just that, but championship points as well. You want to be scoring points in the early stages. You want to have 1 foot ahead of the game. And, well, right now, it looks like Cesar Esport are going to lose that advantage. That is devastating, absolutely devastating for them. And, well, we can only wonder what that is for, whether it was the incident limit. Like you say, it's not, by the look of it, been issued by race control. There's nothing on the sheet or anything like that. It's a stop and hold penalty as well, so proper stop-go. Interesting. I wonder, yeah, the incident, it says, is minimum standing time. So it'll be for pit stops.
Ah, yeah.
The pit stop length. The EWJ car is getting one as well, actually. They're writing down the reasoning, so it's the pit stops. I think, is it minimum 30 seconds that they've got to be sat for? They were stationary for 29.5 seconds, apparently. So literally half a second is what can mess it up.
It's over the course of the day, I think, because Felix Kronbach's last stop was only 23 seconds.
Right.
Sherry Esport, for example, 25 seconds. So it's not that individual stop, I don't think. I think it's the accumulation of the 3 that is not long enough. And I mean, I haven't seen that same thing, so I don't know. But that is just the slight miscalculation. And the really frustrating thing, I think, will be not least that they've made that mistake in the first place, but and not least the fact that they're going to drop to 5th, by the way. That's how close this race is. Yeah. Just 16 seconds cover the top 5. But the really frustrating thing is that they didn't actually need those seconds. They would still be in front anyway because of that incident for Bilicki. Now, obviously, they wouldn't have known at the time that Bilicki was going to have that incident because their stop was before his half spin at Arenberg. However, they could have won this race anyway, and in the end, they're going to miss out here with that very slight error.
It's amazing what can derail a race, isn't it? Absolutely amazing. I also need to correct myself as well. There was a time penalty given to Williams Sim Racing earlier for the incident with the HRT Sports by Coanda car. It's just that, yeah, it was noted that you should look at the previous incident, which I clearly didn't see. But there was a 10-second penalty for it, for them not holding the line. So, yeah, I correct that. I no longer see the incidents regarding these black flags for the 26 and the 49 in the sheet. So I'm not quite sure what the situation is there. They were definitely there a moment ago, but now they are no longer visible. But, yeah, it's the biggest bits of news of the race is that it could all come down to a race deciding half a second shorter pit stop than needs be, maybe something along those lines. Tiny miscalculation, and that's all it'll cost them. That's how much it will cost them. Is at least 5 places. That is, I can't put into words, even from an exterior standpoint, how heartbreaking that must feel. But to be the drivers behind the wheel that have put all that effort in here this afternoon, that is massive.
It is, yeah. See what's going on with those. We'll just keep an eye on that, because since it's disappeared, suggests there's some deliberation going on there. I never saw it in the first place, so I can't really say. But normally that kind of stuff does come up in that list there, and it has disappeared. In this meantime, it's still about for third in the M2 class. Daniel Muth maybe tactically waiting behind now. They might be going on to 3 laps to go, these guys. Again, depends how many times they get lapped, as the leaders are not that far behind them. David Toth not that far away from actually lapping the rest of the Porsches here, who are currently making their stops and moving around the field as a result. But how long is he going to wait, I wonder, to serve his penalty? Is he going to do it right now, or is he going to wait just a little bit longer? Because Konstantin Schoff, to be fair, could be beaten here. He's 17 seconds now behind in the Nürburgring Esports car, and it's maybe just giving them an inkling of a chance here, maybe, of getting into the top 5, or getting into 4th place, rather, for David Toth. But we'll have to see about that when he makes his stop for his penalty, which will be either this lap or the next one.
Porsche leaders are in, or the ones that were at least leading the class on the road. In the meantime, Pole Promotion Esports and Coanda Esports 918 into the pits. The EMM Esports 905 car has already gone back through and retakes the lead in that class. They're surely going to go on now to win the race in that category. That's been almost determined for a while now. And then it's going to be the case that the EMM Esports 914 car goes through and maybe takes back their 2nd place, although no, I think they may remain in 4th position. Jerome Fisher not able to get ahead of Felix Voter or Sean Terre, but they're only, well, I was going to say only a few seconds behind. They are gaining a bit more time back, but there's like 13 seconds between them now. There is the class leader, the 905, Raphael Renhofer, doing a great job right now with his teammate in that category. And there are the standings at present. It's 905 leading the 918 of Coanda Esports. Pole Promotion Esports in 3rd position ahead of EMM Esports. Then it's 2 AM cars, Carlar Esports and Smurlis Racing, 1st and 2nd, but a smaller gap between them than we'd seen before, of only about 3 seconds. So there's still something to be fought for there in the AM class, actually, Ewan.
Yeah, there definitely is. Yeah.
I don't know where that's come from, though, because it looked determined like the Carlar car had it in their grasp earlier.
Yeah, I just wonder, though, because the pit stops have been consistently shorter from them, so they had to pay that back at some point, and they have done now in that last stop. 5 seconds shorter, 5.1, than Brian van der Grip, who is now only 3 seconds behind. So suddenly it is right into nervous territory again for Jan Winter in that AM class. And we'll see whether there are enough laps here for this to change. Still seeing out laps going on at the moment, or we did at least last lap for Jan Winter, and that was the end of the previous lap. So we're not going to get a representative time in for a while, but we'll just keep an eye on that gap and see whether it actually closes in. And Felix Votter, by the way, for Pole Promotion Esports, has, I think, done one of the best sort of under-the-radar races, because I haven't spoken about them at all today, but they're suddenly in 3rd place ahead of Jerome Fisher. And they are going to the end, by the way, and they're only 4 seconds off Coanda. That's a very impressive drive.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. And like we said before, it's the case that some of these stories may develop completely out of our vision. You know, we may not pick up on them, and all of a sudden a team will find themselves near the front of the class towards the end of the race. The Cesar Mercedes Mustang has been in from the race lead outright in SP9, and now Lewis Bilicki leads the way from the Marla Racing team, and then the Falcon Sim Racing team find themselves in third place, although Marla have just retaken the lead. Has there been a disconnect by Lewis Bilicki? Why is he greyed out? Why has he dropped positions? No. Why has he now lost the lead? Have Marla just inherited the lead in the last, 11 minutes? It looks like Bilicki is disconnected.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh.
This is just the most unbelievable last 20 minutes of this race. 2 lead changes now through incidents and accidents not on the racetrack. Lewis Bilicki looks like he's gone from this session. I've never seen someone reappear after this amount of time.
No, me neither.
Or is he in the pit lane? Is he in the pit lane, or am I? No, he's not.
He would have gone through already, not long after the Cesar car. That means then that the Nürburgring Esports 42 Aston Martin now finds itself in third position with a sniff at first. But that is, you can see our top 3 on screen just there, actually. The top 3 now separated by 4.6 seconds again, and the top 4 separated by 10. Cesar Esport are only 10 seconds off the lead. They're surely not going to get that back in the last 10 minutes of the race, but still, this has been the most unbelievable final half hour through this 3-hour race. But it's not over yet. Absolutely incredible. I'm struggling to find words.
Lewis Woods suddenly with new ambitions to maybe win this thing. He's nearly getting into the back of the frozen speed by grid and go-kart just up in front of him. And that, by the way, behind him is Constance Scharf as well, who's only a second or so behind. We've got 4 cars separated by 9 seconds at the front of this race. And there's only 1 lap to go after this one. And who knows what's going to happen, frankly, at the end of it, because we've seen some mad things in the last couple of minutes or so. Just the last 10 minutes or so, we've seen one team get a penalty from the front. David Toth having to try take or clear a black flag, rather. And Lewis Bilicki, in the meantime, has got a disconnection, which is going to prevent them from scoring any points at all in this first round of the championship. What a bizarre race, and suddenly the Marla Racing team are leading by 2 seconds, with Lewis Woods behind, doing absolutely everything he can to try and chase that margin down in these last 8 minutes. 1 lap to go at the end of this one, effectively a lap and a half left in this race.
It's unbelievable. I was just checking my notes to see if any of the pole sitters are actually going to take their class wins, and it's only going to be the EMM Esport Porsche by the look of it, because Lion GP have found themselves at the front of the SP10s ahead of Sim RC. Williams are still in third place, but this is just, it's developed so quickly in these last few moments. But the chase is well and truly on now in SP9. It's really well and truly on. This Aston Martin is certainly putting in some pretty solid laps, but is it going to be enough? That's the thing. They're on such a high level, all these drivers at the front end of the field. Marla Racing Team have definitely been one of the ones that, well, they've been right up near the start, and sorry, near the front since the start, I should say. And they very much deserve this if they can do it. But the 2 teams that you'd argue on being the winners here, Cesar Esport and HRT Esports by Coanda, both having the rug pulled out from underneath them in very different ways as well. Mitchell de Jong, I think, has gotten back in the HRT Esports car. It's showing his name next to it right now, which only confirms that Lewis Bilicki has disconnected from the session. That is devastating, but it's what we always say, Ewan, it's sort of the sim racing way of having a mechanical failure affect your race, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. That's why we don't need them in sim racing, because we already have our own. We don't need engine failures or whatever that are not caused by drivers themselves. Suddenly, it's giving a lot more teams a chance to score points this afternoon. Marvin Scheider is one of those for Stint 1 KRS Motorsport. Line GP as well, Pajas Erdely. And Noah Adair's still going to stay in the points, despite that black flag we saw for 49 earlier. So, suddenly, 3 points available for 27, 2 for number 6. and none for number 8, HRT Sports by Coanda. What an extraordinary turn of events here as the other battles for the podium continue on as well. This in M2 with Daniel Muff behind Connor Carnick. I suspect for the last couple of laps he's been staying behind on purpose so that he can be last going on to the last lap of the group. Maybe he's struggling to get past, but this is another lap. It looks like he's going to spend behind in 4th position.
Yeah, he's just sitting there filling the mirrors, and he's been there for a long time now as well, since he got overtaken by Connor Carnick. He's just waiting in the wings, and he's just putting that pressure on. You never know, it could cause a mistake from Connor. We'll have to wait and see. These guys have been so switched on throughout this whole race that it's unlikely that we'll see such a mistake. There's the Marla Racing Team car going to lap one of the Porsches, but as you can see, the Porsche now just as fast in a straight line as the Mustang. And look, this is really helping Lewis Woods in the BMW. He's screaming up to the back of this Porsche. We're going on to the final lap here, and there is going to be a head-to-head battle for this race lead. Look at him go!
Oh, he could take the lead here. Outside into the chicanes he does. Extraordinary. He's gone from nearly 3 seconds behind in the space of a straight. He's now with him and he's leading. Last lap of the race. Lewis Woods defends as the white flag waves. He's right next to the pit wall. The most extraordinary finish to the opening round of DNLS season 25-26 is going to come to an extraordinary conclusion here. Inside line for Lewis Woods. Kai Kashubi trying to win this place back on the outside, can't do it. And suddenly the Volkswagen Racing Team lead in the BMW, an unfancied manufacturer for all of this afternoon. It's hit now. The Marla Racing Team looking for the inside into turn 3 on the Grand Prix circuit. Lewis Woods having to defend hard from Kai Kashubi with the inside in turn 4. He'll have the inside in time for the hairpin as well, as long as he's got the car on the inside. Oh, and there's contact again. Kai Kashubi on the outside being squeezed by Lewis Woods. He's still there though. He's still alongside, and now he's no longer. Marla Racing Team lose the lead, but is that the worst thing? Because that Mustang will be faster than the BMW, you'd think, and he's looking down the inside again. Oh, it's going to be the Grand Prix circuit again. He's made contact. Woods to the outside, to the gravel. Oh, and he's back in the lead again. Kai Kashubi wins the lead back on the last lap of the race.
This is absolutely unbelievable battling, but look who's right behind him. Konstantin Scharf wants a piece of this as well. It's not just between the Mustang and the BMW, it's the Aston Martin that could be in the picture as well. All 3 manufacturers and all 3 teams wanting a bit of this race victory. You never know. With all this going on, the Cesar eSport car could get into the picture as well through the twisty bits. They're 6.2 seconds behind this, but we're on to the final lap around the Nordschleife with half a second covering the top 3 after 2 hours and 57 minutes of racing. This is exactly what we wanted to see, and a fantastic way to start the season in season 25 and 26. We've got a car on track just in front of them now, which is one of the Porsches. I think it might be the Grid and Go car that is in their way. Hopefully that gets out of the way quite sharpish, because they are steaming through.
Yeah, absolutely. They might well do, because they don't have a very close car behind them, and they don't have realistic prospects really of catching anybody ahead. But let's see if they do or not. Over the top of the hill they should be a lot slower, but after that it should be even. And there's a BMW in the way as well. Oh, he's going to go from one side to the other here, and fair play to the Grid and Go car. He's just going to stay on the right hand side here and get completely out of the way. Lewis Woods will get through as well. Konstantin Scharf might find it a bit more difficult here, but look at the focus here. They're all going to be massively focused, and don't forget there's a lot of Porsches to come on this lap. They will also have to overtake Ryan van der Grip and Jan Winter, who are just 4 seconds apart. They're both Porsches. They'll probably have to overtake on this lap for the first time, of course, as well. So that's going to be a factor of this last lap as well.
This is absolutely mega. This is, like I said before, just what we wanted at the end of this race. It's been thrown up in the air twice in the last half hour. The Cesar eSport car with a black flag losing time. The GT3 car in front of them not wanting to move out of the way. Contact as well between the race leader and that Porsche. That is not what they wanted. And right now they're side by side. Lewis Woods has to get out of it. Flashes the lights. Of course, you're well in your right to do that, Sunshine. I'd be annoyed as well. But the Marla Racing car proving that it wants to stay there. Kai Kashubi not giving anything. Konstantin Scharf has lost quite a lot of time over the first part of this lap. I think the traffic hasn't been kind to him, but Kai Koshube is proving a point here. They just need to rein it in a little bit, though, because one move like that, and all it will take is for the other driver not to give an inch as well. You're both in the barrier and race is over.
Yeah, or indeed you get a penalty for something you've done or whatever, so you've got to be very, very careful in these final minutes. I do get the feeling that Koshube is a bit quicker than Lewis Woods at the moment. He's a Nürburgring 24-hour winner nearly 10 years ago in iRacing, is Kai Koshube. And now in a new machine, a new challenge, and a big chance to win the opening round of the season for the Mahler Racing team, who, by the way, finished second in the standings last season, but didn't win a race. They finished on the podium 3 times, but they never won a race, and they've got a great chance to do so now. There's other battles going on further down, as Marvin Scherde and Wales for 6th place. It's almost like watching a replay of Woods versus Koshube, only with 2 Mustangs this time, and Erdely very nearly forced onto the grass, and he's looking every which way. He can't get through, though. So many fights in SB9 on this last lap of the race.
This is brilliant, really brilliant stuff. It all culminates to this, and this is the thing. It may be an endurance race, it may be a long slog for some of the drivers, but it can just amount to this insane battle at the end. It's one massive setup for a fight like this into the final laps. But right now, there's 2 cars fighting for the lead. Konstantin Scharf in the Aston Martin in 3rd position isn't really looking to be in the picture at this point. Lewis Woods moving to the right-hand side a little bit there, actually, just to fill those mirrors again of Kai Koshube. But you could see that Lewis looked so calm and so chilled behind the wheel. I don't know how he is. The BMW itself doesn't look calm. It looks very urgent. It looks very aggressive. So too does the Mustang. But look at it out of there, out of the carousel. That BMW leapt forward towards the back end of this big old beefy Mustang. It's like a housing estate with downforce, and he's really making sure that it's one of the fastest housing estates you'll see. But look at the pace. The BMW is really gaining on him, and the traffic is that, well, that's the reason why. And that's the 3rd place battle that's gone.
It is, and it's been separated. Daniel Murphy is no longer with Conor Carnick, although that could change here. Oh, dear me. Look at that dive. Conor Carnick's off in the wall. 3rd place in the M2 class, off in the wall. Scharf will gain as a result of that, or maybe he had to slow down to avoid accident there. He may well have done. And look at that. The battle for 3rd in the M2 class will now be right on, coming down the back straight. As soon as it looked like Daniel Murphy had lost too much time to be involved, there's an instant for Conor Carnick, and suddenly he's back involved again. And there's going to be Porsche traffic on the last part of this lap as well. This is the battle for the AM class of the Porsches. They are only 4 seconds apart, and they're not going to want to give an inch here either.
They're absolutely not. They've got their own fight to run and their own thing to worry about. But I tell you, this was such a fantastic climax to this epic race here at the Nürburgring. The Mustang and the BMW want to get through as quickly as they can. They're going to be side by side with the Porsche through the likes of the Stefan Beloff S if they're not careful. Here comes Lewis Woods. He's going to look to the left-hand side. Kai Koshube says, no, thank you. Porsche wants nothing of it. He's looking down the inside. Can't make it work there. It's surely going to be the run down the Dottinger Höhe now into the final few corners, Ewan.
It is. It's that final run. Mustang versus BMW, and he slides. Lewis Woods there, so close to spinning. Coming out of the small carousel, that was really good car control there, unbelievable. And he just about gets away with it. But has he lost too much time? 0.3 of a second. It's a much better run for the Mahler Racing team, who I think have got a bit of slipstream from a Porsche Cup car, and they have. And now Lewis Woods is going to have the same here. Can he use that to get through? He's going to use the Porsche. He'll leapfrog from the Porsche to the Mustang. He's going to shield behind the big Ford Mustang, and he's going to shift to the left-hand side of the road. Lewis Woods here for Vulcan Sim Racing might just have won this race. He's going to tuck back into the slipstream here. It's Kai Koshube, and is he going to get alongside? He won't. The BMW is flying down the Dottinger Höhe to a race victory here. An extraordinary race win. A race in which the lead has changed at least 3 or 4 times in the final 20 minutes. And Lewis Woods is going to come out of the final corner to win the first round of the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie for season 2025-26. The gap 1/3 of a second at the line as Vulcan Sim Racing take race 1.
Absolutely incredible scenes in the final few laps of this race. That's how you start a season. Wow, absolutely incredible. A great podium as well for the Nürburgring Esports Aston Martin. Cesar Esport finishing 4th place, but with another black flag to their name, actually, as they cross the line ahead of reigning champions BS Competition. Goodness me, that was absolutely fantastic. A wonderful way to round it out. There's still battles going on as other classes continue and finish their race. It's definitely not over in some of these classes right now. BS Competition look to have the results sorted in the M2s ahead of Scherer Esport as well. It looks also like Wolf Motorsport Sim Racing did take that third position in the end. Conor Carnick clearly not getting enough damage to really hinder his final result. Wow, what a race this has been. It's well, it's still going on, you in flipping heck, I imagine. Have you caught your breath yet?
Yeah, it will continue on for some time, by the way. Top 5 covered by 8.3 seconds after 3 hours. Amazing. That's ridiculous. But that's what racing in this series is all about. As you say, the race leaders have already come over the line in the M2s. As they have for the rest of the SB9s. There's Constantine Sharp, who's got a podium for Nürburgring Esports, by the way. Great result for them.
Yeah,
to be in third place. Not quite involved with the leaders in the end. There comes car 49. That will get the final point of the 8 that are available, the top 8 that are available. In SB10, the leader will come over the line very shortly. I think they'll be next. The Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring cars will come over the line quite a long way after. EMM Esports actually managed to stay on the lead lap there, so they'll be a while away. But there's BS Competition winning in M2s ahead of Scherer Esport, who finished in second place, and Wolf's Motorsport, as you say, finishing in third, only just in front of Nürburgring Esports. 7 tenths or so was the gap at the line. There shouldn't be too many more fights other than that one in the SB10s between SRC Commerce Esport and i4 Racing, who, by the way, just to add to all of that, got noted for avoidable contact a couple of laps ago in their battle between the two of them. So it's all been happening here, and it will continue to do so all the way to the line. But in SB10, we are about to see our class winner. Williams Sim Racing put up some resistance for some period in this race, and they're tearing closer to the SimRC drivers, who have made their final pit stop very shortly before the end of this race. Only 2 lap stint to the end here, but for John Erlin, it's going to be a race victory for SimRC, the team that missed out only just in the championship last season by 10 points. Finally get a race win after finishing second 3 times in 24-25. They win race 1 in 25-26, and John Erlin gets the pleasurable feeling of crossing the line there next to the pit wall and celebrating a race victory there by nearly 12 seconds.
Fantastic result for SimRC. Very, very well done. And you can see John Ellen was over the moon with that. Like you say, they've always been the bridesmaid for the last couple of events here, and they finally got that win on the board. And what a great time to do it as well, to start the season with a win. Williams Sim Racing won't be too deterred by a second place, only 11 seconds off with a penalty as well, let's not forget. And Lion GP, they had the lead in the later stages, but of course, I overlooked that final pit stop. Still, podium for them. Very good stuff. The 172 machine, and the car following them is another one of the BMWs. Is that not another one of the... Yes, the other Lion GP car, the 167, that is chasing them down till the end. Quite fittingly, the 172 was the last car on track in qualifying as well, and it's going to be one of the last cars on track in the race. Alexander Heim at the helm, and then Dominic Hurl is following him home. Might hurl it down the inside, you never know. 2 Mercedes in flying formation here. SRC Commerce Esport ahead now of Eiffel Racing GTU. They've swapped round positions based on where they were earlier, I believe. Yes, they were the other way around earlier on. It was Ronnie Harnell that made the move a couple of laps ago. They will cross the line in 6th and 7th place. Just had a friend of mine, Anthony, decided to just throw the race on just by chance earlier on before he went on to play some games, and he said he was glad he stuck around because that last lap was mental, Ewan, and I mean, I don't blame him. That was a corker.
Yeah, wasn't it just? It was absolutely fantastic to see, and we are going to get another battle to the line here, it looks like, for 8th position. There is a point available here between these two, so watch out for this. First time we've really seen Aston Martin versus BMW in a straight line, but we know in GT3 which manufacturer would have won. My goodness, Lewis Woods was mega fast on the back straight there, running up towards the start-finish line. And what's going to happen here between AC Oberhausen and Lion GP? who are closing. They're closing, inching closer. They're just about going to get there in time as they go under the bridge. In fact, they've probably timed this very well because the Aston's not going to have a chance to respond down the other side of the hill, but they're just about going to be far enough in front, I think. Yes, they will. Very nicely done from Lion GP, unless there's a late dive here. Oh, there will be. Contact, indeed. But Lion GP are going to hold on. Very well done in the end by Dominic Hurl, who timed that absolutely to perfection. And you never know, that point could be very valuable by the end of the season.
Both teams that like to put some sort of scratch marks over their headlights on the liveries as well. Lovely to see them going head-to-head like that. But wow, I tell you, Dominic Hurl really did hurl it across the front of the Aston Martin, didn't he, when he got the chance? That was very committed. And the Aston really late on the brakes there to try and make the difference, but didn't quite make it work in the end. We still have Porsche Cup cars circulating as well, actually. The EMM esports machine is still continuing on. They haven't actually taken their victory yet. Coanda in the 918 didn't get lapped either, so Sean Terre is going to complete second place. But out of all the drives we've seen today and the impressive performances, I don't think we can overlook this car, the 905. They have been absolutely solid throughout this race. They were well involved in the fight in the early stages. They played a great game with their teammates in the 914 as well. But once they had that lead, they didn't relinquish it. They didn't let anybody even have a sniff at it. They have dominated the class in the sort of second, third onwards in this race. And, well, they're going to take a very well-deserved victory here.
Yeah, they have been very, very solid, actually, in this race. And it does not bode well for the rest of the competitors going into the rest of this season, that's for sure. Coanda Esports and Pole Promotion Esports can be pleased, I think, to have also finished on the podium. But same drivers as what Share Esports had when they dominated this class last year are dominating again for EMM Esports here as well. Through the final corner for Raphael Renhofer, who will come over the start-finish line to win here at the Nürburgring and win the first of the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring rounds. Gives himself a round of applause, a nice smile as well. They finished on the lead lap indeed, as well as finished on the top step of the podium in this category. So very well done to them. The gap nearly 19 seconds at the line, and remarkably, that is the biggest gap between first and second in any of our four classes this afternoon. That says a lot about the race today, that's for sure. Sean Terre comes over the line in second, battled hard to get to second there for Coanda Esports, and did very well. So they will be pleased with that, but they'll have to pick themselves up and indeed, you'd imagine, go a little bit better for some of the next rounds, because EMM have got to be favourites in the Porsche Cup class from now on.
Yeah, that was a real belter to get the season underway, and it set the tone for a number of teams, I think. A number of them will go away from this with their tail between their legs and wanting to come back for more in round two onwards. Other teams will want to continue what they started here, but there it is, our result with the SP9 cars at the top for you, Ewan.
Indeed, it's a victory, a dramatic one, for Falcon Sim Racing, who win by 0.3 of a second in the end with the Marla Racing team. Nürburgring Esports just less than 3 seconds behind in third. BS Competition, 8 seconds behind in fourth. Sheze Esport end up in fifth place, 43 seconds down. That's because of their black flag at the end. There are 2 black flags at the end, which effectively has cost them a race win here today. They would have got one otherwise. The other point scorers, 6th place, Lion GP, 7th for Stint 1 KRS Motorsport, and 8th place for EWJ Barmaschinen in the end. Outside the points for Share Esport and Simmarcy, although they were in the top 10, Nürburgring Esports finished 11th, there's Familiar Esports Pro. HRT Esports by Coanda end up in 13th. They did get back into the race, but they end up 3.5 minutes down. Scuderia Volpe, Seaback Esports and Manfilter team by WWR round out the 16, and then those that were laps down, 1 lap down for Falcon GP, who actually ended up behind some of the Porsche Cup cars in the end there, and then Jurkor Racing, who also ended up a lap down in the end as well, due to problems earlier on. They had 3 drive-through penalties, don't forget, in the early part of the race for them. In the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring, it's EMM Esports who win by 19 seconds in front of Coanda Esports, and then credited with a lap more than Pole Promotion Esports, who round out the podium. Their teammates finish in 4th place, with Carlisle Esports, the first of the AM cars, winning in 5th position overall. That will be 2.5 seconds quicker and faster than Smilis Racing. Frozen Sphere by Grin and Go and Share Esport Cup 1 round out the point scorers. So 3 AM point scorers here today. Sharer's teammates were in 9th, behind with Cesar Esport 10th. Fudgetech by WMS round in 11th with GHD Motorsport in 12th place. Dory Sports and Avia WNSE Motorsport round out the 14th, in the Porsche Cup field. And yeah, very good day for EMM Esports, but I was encouraged by the AM race, I've got to say. Carla in the end only finishing 2.5 seconds in front, despite dominating all day long.
Yeah, it seemed very strange, that one, because it did look like they had it in their grasp and they just absolutely breezed it. But then in the last stint or so, it really became apparent that they didn't have it all their own way. And the Smirlis Racing team certainly had one hand on it and, yeah, closed in quite a lot. To only be 2.5 seconds behind at the end, that'll be quite encouraging for Smirlis, because you can imagine watching the Carlar car just disappear over the horizon with the overall class leaders. Might have been a bit disheartening. So, yeah, it's good for Smirlis, that. And, yeah, in the AM category, great for them to score some points as well overall. Yeah, I'm intrigued to see what they can do for the rest of the season in that regard. Moving on to the SP10s, we have the Sim RC drivers taking a victory there, 11.6 seconds ahead of Williams. I think it has to be said it's a good effort by the Williams team there, because let's not forget they had penalties and all sorts go their way, and they still only finished 11 seconds back. Lion GP got 3rd place for them, a really well-earned podium ahead of the Falcon Sim Racing SP10 squad in their BMW. Really does show you, though, that the BMW is the car to be in, with Nürburgring Esports making it the top 5, all filled with BMWs. SRC Commerce Esport finishing 6th, the highest placed Mercedes, ahead of the Eiffel Racing GTU Mercedes as well. We saw them cross the line together near the end. Lion GP's second car, the 167, finishes in 8th place and is the final point scorer there. The Aston Martin of AC Oberhausen RR, with Alexander Heim behind the wheel, finished in 9th place. TSR Racing will be the car that finished in 10th place, and the Waved squad were 5 laps down in the end, but still gave it a good effort to make it all the way to the final moments of the race, but just slightly difficult time for them to complete the competition. And then the M2 class as well, Ewan, which was not the busiest, but it's a fine addition based on the performances of the Clios from last time.
Yeah, it certainly is. 6 seconds in the end between BS Competition and Share Esport, 2 of the top teams in sim racing attracted to the BMW M2 class. There was a close fight for 3rd, although Wolf Motorsport held on from Nürburgring Esports, as we saw. Smiley Esports Red, who are the defending champion, the defending 2nd places in this season, are going to find that a bit more difficult this season. 5th place for them in this race. Racing Lounge 77, Thomas Sanger Sim Racing next, before Smiley's teammates. Smiley Esports Green rounding out the points scorers, but time gap's getting a little bit larger here, as you can tell, 2 minutes 25. Because of the attrition that you generally see in M2 races. Venari Racing and Adopt Don't Shop also were even further behind, minutes behind. And Azuracore Racing, unfortunately, with the only retirements in this class, one of very few retirements in the class overall. Yes, that's the BMW M2 results, and indeed the results overall. A big thanks to everyone who's been tuned in here this afternoon. It's been great to have you along in the first round of the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie for season 2025-26. 23 laps of racing, and it was absolutely enthralling from start to finish. Lewis Woods, in the end, winning for Falcon Sim Racing Team after getting past the Mahler Racing Team, Kai Kashubi, at the very end of the race. And the top 5 in overall, covered by just 8 seconds. Make sure you join us again in a couple of weeks for the 2nd round in this season. 2nd round of 4. Another 3-hour race coming to you live. Same time, same place as you found us here this afternoon. I've been Neil O'Leary alongside Chaz Draycott. Big thanks to the production team behind this broadcast as well. And we'll see you again in 2 weeks' time. Goodbye for now.